Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So the idea behind this weekend, Everyday Basics, is the reasons why to use some of the essential oils in different forms, different applications, or what you would call different methods, like a liniment versus an ointment. But in the classes, we talk about these processes and we do this protocol and that protocol, but there's a lot of things that are just everyday things that might only take a minute or two, or a simple application, or if I take a salt bath, why I should take different kinds of salt baths. And so, this is more about like, how can I use the oils that I have in ways that benefit me for maintenance, prevention, or to treat something in between, like some of the protocols. So we're going to be talking a lot this weekend rather than doing processes. And there's going to be a lot of time for Q&A and you guys to ask like advice and things like this. And keep in mind, this isn't about treating hardcore conditions. This is just like everyday life. I'll take whatever questions, but this is about everyday life. So, for example, if you have a bad back, do I take salt baths? Do I take a liniment? If so, what kind of liniment do I do? Should I use an ointment? And why would I use an ointment over a liniment? And so as I kind of go through and lecture, we're going to talk about the method, like what a liniment is and why to use a liniment. And then these aren't all the choices. These are just like the hits, you could say. Like, I didn't want to bog you guys down. And but if there's something that pops out where people are saying, like, I'd really like an explanation for this or this to be part of the mix, we can add this into the booklet. And like we said, we're going to do hyperlinks so that when you guys have like a question about something, we're trying to make the books more interactive for you guys, so that not just the class is there, but you have an oil and you can use it for a lot of different things. And here's the reasons why, right? Without you having to figure things out. Because even when I list the oils and all the properties, it's still like, well, okay, this does all this, but should I do internal? Should I do a bath? Should I do a liniment? Should I do an ointment? Should I just inhale? And so this is starting to be a breakdown. If you're wanting to do something, here's the things that you could go to, right? So right off the bat, let's talk about liniments. Liniments and slash body tonics. Now, the difference between a liniment and a body tonic, it's splitting hairs, but a liniment is fully alcohol based, right? Most times I'm using either vodka or grain alcohol. Most times it's vodka because it has a little bit more water content to it. And then witch hazel, or excuse me, a body tonic is vodka mixed with witch hazel. And so the witch hazel has a bit of an astringent property, still cleansing like alcohol. Just the use of alcohol itself has an energetic cleansing effect. Alcohol is a green prana, so it breaks down blockages within the body just by applying alcohol. Like, for example, in the old days, when you wanted somebody to break a fever, one of the things that you would do is you would just rub rubbing alcohol all over their body. In a short amount of time, the fever would break. And so part of it is the effect of physically, chemically what the alcohol does, but it's also an astringent. And the green prana in the alcohol also helps to break down the aspects that are causing the fever. And so body tonics are very good. They hit the bloodstream very quickly, and it's a way to evenly disperse an essential oil over an area. It can be your whole body. It could be a body part. It could be over the abdomen. It's a good way just to do like a tonic dose of an essential oil, or if you're treating something, you can rub it on the area, it dries, and you're good to go. Where like an ointment does some different things, but it's also a little bit greasy, it's a little bit oily, and you don't want to put on a bunch of like massage oil and then throw your work clothes on and go out to work. That's something you got to let kind of soak in for a moment, right? So an alcohol is much more penetrating than massage oil. They're almost like the opposite. When you want the essential oil to go deep and fast into an area, alcohol is one of the best ways to do it. It will hit the bloodstream and spread to other areas, but it will go very deep to where it's at. So if you're treating something like arthritis, for example, there's the skin, there's the muscle and the tissue around it, but there's also some issues in and around the bone, right? And so a liniment is a very good way to treat this because it will penetrate to the area close to the bone very, very quickly, right? So if you're treating something digestive, there's a reason why to use an ointment. There's a reason why to use a liniment. The liniment, again, is very, very penetrating. So anytime you want something to hit the bloodstream or go deep in that area, a liniment or a body tonic is a very good way to go. And like I said, it's a way to evenly disperse the essential oil. When you're just putting it on neat, it goes into that area, but you're either having to use an excessive amount of essential oil or you're not hitting all the spots because it's not spreading. It's just hitting the skin and you rub it around a little bit. And sometimes the skin might be a little sensitized to the oil, so it might cause a little irritation, or some oils shouldn't be put directly to the skin. But if you mix them in alcohol, they can be applied to the skin. Okay, so again, these are just kind of rough ideas of things that you can do. I'm going to throw this out here and then we're going to do a little Q&A. And so if you have a question, write it down or remember it and we'll go from there. So some basic kind of body tonic / liniments, things that are diuretic in nature. So basically diuretic in nature or detoxification is when you're retaining fluid, when lymph feels stagnant, when your lymphatic system feels very stagnant. A good example is you have puffiness in the legs or in a particular body part. When you have areas in your body that are dull and achy. Dull and achy means that the fluid in that area is not moving quite like it should. So you want to use some sort of diuretic, right? There could be deposits in joints, like if a joint is not super sharp pain, but like achy in the pain that you're feeling, or it just feels a little off. Using diuretics helps to get some of the old stagnant blood and lymph out of the area, can help to make the joint feel better. Also, it stimulates the detoxification of the skin. And any time that you put something that's diuretic in nature, for one, you're making the kidneys detoxify, but you're making the skin detoxify as well. And whenever you make the skin detoxify, you stimulate the lungs, the liver, the gallbladder, the kidneys, the spleen, all the organs of blood purification. You stimulate their action to detoxify, right? So the diuretic / detoxification has a lot of levels. Usually something that's also diuretic is energetically very cleansing, very expelling, right? So you're also making energy, old stagnant energy, leave the body, right? Especially if there's times where maybe you're even getting bombarded at work. A bunch of people are just griping at you. First thing you would think of is like, I need to soothe, I need to calm down, I need to relax. Some of it is you need to get other people off of you. All those people bickering at you or complaining at you or dumping on you is a kind of energetic congestion that by the use of diuretics helps to expel the stuff from other people out of your system. You're less affected by other people, right? So it's a way to keep out other people's, I think the clinical term is BS. It keeps out their BS, right? And so who doesn't need that from time to time? Work, family, Costco, whatever it is, There's been cities where we've gone because of the way that I dress. I wear a kurta all the time. Um, when we're there, let's just say I get the stink eye really bad, really, really bad. And so, you know, I could change and dress differently, but I have a little bit of an obnoxious streak, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. And so the way that I offset that is I use the diuretics. I use like a body tonic, or I do a diuretic salt bath, and it does make you pee more, right? It does make you pee a little bit more, but that is the elimination of fluid. And if you think of what orange prana does, it stimulates lymphatic function in the body, but it is what makes you urinate, and it's what makes you go number two. Like whenever you're going to the bathroom, either one or two, the body has to generate some orange prana for that to go into motion, right? So with that, there's a lot of different reasons why you could go through and use this. Now, something that's soothing is just, I was going to put in parentheses, I was making myself laugh. Soothing, I was going to put in parentheses, on your last nerve. How when you're just like, I can't take anymore. Like I'm about to snap, right? Sometimes that's overstimulation. A lot of times it's fatigue. And the issue with that is when you're really fatigued, a lot of times it becomes harder to fall asleep. There's kind of this sweet spot with fatigue. If you're tired to a certain degree, oh man, you go to sleep and you sleep well. But if you kind of cross over that line, your body starts producing a little bit of adrenaline to keep you going because you don't have the energy, and then you lay down to go to sleep and can't go to sleep. It's because your body generated a little bit of adrenaline, right? So sometimes you just need to soothe things. You need to calm things down. And lavender is very good. Lang Lang is very, very calming, very soothing. I think you guys have used Lang Lang body tonic in one of the classes. And we had a lot of feedback from that where people were like, I didn't realize Lang Lang was so soothing. It's actually really soothing. It's not a pain reliever, but it's soothing to the body when the body is in pain. Now, it could be emotional pain as well. It could be mental pain, emotional pain. And Lang Lang is one of the best oils for when you start getting frustrated. Because eventually frustration turns into like anger. And a lot of times you don't know why you're angry. It's because you've been frustrated for this amount of time, right? Not this amount, right? Like you can almost like see it coming. Not every time, but sometimes you can just know, like, I'm frustrated, right? And so Lang Lang is a good way to calm that agitation that we would know as frustration. Now, spikenard and sage are going to calm down any sort of overstimulation that's just from the environment, from a lot of details, from just pushing too hard. Spikenard is very calming, it's very soothing. Sage is too. Sage is probably a little bit more fortifying. Both calm down the sensory nerves, like when you feel like you could just feel everything and everything's a little bit agitating. The sage and the spikenard can be very helpful. And the thing that's nice about sage is it hits the kidneys and it hits the adrenals. And so like when we're talking about that thing about I've pushed too hard and now I'm starting to push a little adrenaline, it just helps you kind of stabilize that. Spikenard is a little bit more of the stress response so that you don't wake up still doing it over and over again. Like it can be calming because of the stress response. But the sage, I don't want to say it pulls you out of fight flight, but it doesn't make you linger there. You know, I know I'm splitting hairs, but it's like different parts of the process. One's the mechanism itself, and one is, you know, you're already in process, if that makes sense. If you're not sure, either one of them usually works. But and then nerve help is, it's actually a pain formula that is when you have chronic forms of pain. It's what you would use for neuropathy. It's what you would use, like, you know, you have a spot that keeps going in your back or in your shoulder, and it's just like, I just, like, I calm it down and it comes back. It has a re-educating effect. It has like tarragon and sage and helichrysum and chamomiles, and you know, it's got a little bit of a bunch of things that are antispasmodic, soothing, re-educating to the nerve so that it allows for a different pattern to happen. And so if some of what needs to be soothed is not just the emotions, but your body is feeling kind of beat up, nerve soothe is a really good bath. So again, overstimulation, you can see sage, dark blue tansy. Blue healer, very good for calming the body, calming down inflammation, and calming the emotions like nobody's business. Energy hygiene is just the cleansing effect. So basil, helichrysum, palo santo, there's a bunch of blends here. Cardiac fatigue. This starts to be like you're starting to have poor circulation in the arms and legs, and you fatigue very quickly, like when you're starting to do activity. You know, the perfect example is going upstairs. Like, you know, stairs you go up to all the time. But when we get like in stress states, one of the things that happens is the heart gets stressed, and then just like you only have so much energy before you're like, I can't do this anymore. Your heart has a version of that. And so those like little set of steps that you normally do, like halfway up, you're like, boy, I'm getting tired. My legs are getting tired. Everything's getting tired, right? That's cardiac fatigue. And so it can happen with age, it can happen with stress, it can happen with chronic illness, it can actually even happen with cold and flu. I've seen it happen with surgeries. And there are all kinds of reasons why it would happen. And so some of these overlap a little bit, but I'm just trying to give you like a guideline of like, this is what I'm trying to treat, this is what I'm trying to prevent. This is maintenance that I'm doing for something, like say you're in the middle of working really hard for a goal, like a project in the yard or a work or something like that. Cardiac fatigue could be a thing, you know, other liniments could be a thing that allows you to keep performing and not have an issue, and doesn't allow for your issues to come up. Or if you're treating a particular condition, you know, like, hey, if I treat this, certain things will get better, right? Stress, pretty straightforward. Chamomile, like when it just says chamomile, it's all like all the chamomiles. Clary sage is actually very good for stress. It's a little bit sedating to the central nervous system. And like here would be a good example. Another thing that's very good for sedating the central nervous system, which would be agitated due to stress, would be kava kava. But kava kava wouldn't make for a good body liniment. You know, maybe in a blend, but by itself, not a good body liniment. So here I'm trying to be very specific to, these are the things that help, and specifically to the method of application, right? So just because something is good for stress doesn't mean it's good for stress in a liniment, right? Tension due to pain, we all know galbanum works really super good for pain, but lang lang is super soothing to the body, super soothing. When you get cramps or charley horses, you have body tension, Usually you're going to see this in the legs or in the calf, but you could also see it in the back. You could see it in sometimes even up in the jaws. Like sometimes when the tension in the jaw is there, it's a kind of cramping. And so you can rub a little bit of the liniment there, but I'd say also rub it on the neck. And with that, I'd also rub it on the low back. Trigger point activity, which is a neurological dysfunction. It's not just a knot in a muscle. It's neurological dysfunction that's caused by excessive stagnation of lymph in an area. So it's lymphatic stagnation on steroids. Like it's substantial. And so terebinth is incredibly good for that. Like I think we did some experiments in one of the study groups or classes where we were putting just terebinth on neat on an area, and it makes the area feel so much better. It does have an impact on the connective tissue and the fascia, because it has a cleansing effect. And if there's an excessive amount of mucus, terebinth is very good for helping to dry that up. Different than things that like help to like break it down or expel it. This has like a drying effect. Yeah, a drying effect. And then the APR, relatively new blend, we'll be using that for positional release stuff and to release lower emotional triggers that, a lot of our lower emotions come from different areas of our body. It's not our mind or emotion generating them. Anger being a byproduct of certain areas being triggered from the body. We'll be going into that more in September, but lymphatic function, good old-fashioned Bayloral, helichrysum, terebinth again. And then chakra root cleanser does a lot of different things. And one of them is that it's a lymphatic stimulant, viscosity, lymphatic function. So we're not quite all the way through, but let's already open it up for questions. And this is more about fine-tuning what you guys need for your everyday maintenance. And let's hear some questions. Go ahead and fire away, unmute yourself or type in.
But still kind of keep topic.
Yeah, let's try to stay on liniments right now. And liniments are body tonic.
And you can unmute yourself. You can go ahead, Trace.
Hey,
And then
Tracy.
Sam.
So I was wondering about the Time-Linalool.
Oh yeah, I didn't even put it on here. So that's to open up. That's to open up the chest. Like sometimes with the muscles, the little muscles in between the ribs. It's hard to target them with inhalation. I mean, you can, but you really have to work hard at it, where just slapping a liniment on works really super well. And so it's another component of opening up the chest cavity. You could do it during an illness, but it's probably better just to do it either before or after, because all you're trying to do is just opening up the chest and the breath. We work on the diaphragm and the bronchioles quite a bit, and sometimes because something has been in a pattern for so long, those little muscles in between the ribs, referred to as the intercostals, which just means little muscles between your ribs. They get tight, and you almost have to dig your fingers in between the ribs and like press down and release to really open them up. But one of the ways to do it very easily is to use thyme topically on the chest and rib cage.
Great, thank you. And I have one more question.
Mhm.
I have the Digestive Calm Body
Mhm.
Tonic
Mhm.
and also the Digestive Lymph Ointment.
Mhm.
And I'm like wondering how to use those, which one to use first.
So like, when you use a liniment, it goes in fast. When you use an ointment, it goes in slow. So one of the ways to do a 1-2 punch with something and to go deeper with the kind of treatment or do like a layered approach is to apply the liniment first, let it dry, and then you can slap the ointment right on top of it. You know, because they're going to penetrate at a very different rate. The reason why to use an ointment is, you know, you're mixing essential oils with like a fatty oil, like, you know, sesame oil, olive oil, almond oil, coconut, you know, whatever it is. And so you're mixing the two. Well, at some point, they're going to begin to separate. The fatty oils don't penetrate the skin the way essential oils do. So you're putting it over an area, and it's kind of like doing a time release thing where it's just like a slow drip into that area. So when you want the oil to stay in a particular spot and to treat it over a period of time, you use an ointment. When you want it to go deep and like hit the bloodstream and just start, you know, treating the whole body, you use a liniment. So you could put the digestive calm on first and then cover it with an ointment, and they'll be absorbed at a very different rate.
Great. Do you think that that's better at night before bed, or?
I would say so. Like you could do it during the day, but something like that, I'd probably do it at night, just so you're also allowing your body to rest and relax a bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Sandra, then Ralph.
Hey, Sandra.
Hi, Greg. I'm so glad you're doing this. I have
Oh,
so
my
many
pleasure.
notes, but I can't find anything.
Yeah.
So I did have a question.
Yes.
I want to move lymph in a particular place, like say a knee
Okay.
or an elbow. I'm never sure what to use. And so
Right.
bay laurel, I understand, is for lymph nodes. But
Yeah,
if
but
I were
Baylaurel,
to-
and it's toning to the lymphatic system. So anytime you use something like that, you are going to get some movement as well. But if you want just like movement, you could put the lymphatic blend on the area. Now
Okay.
you could do a liniment or you could do an ointment. And so give me an idea. Are you treating like a bad knee, arthritic knee?
Yeah, well, it's I'm not sure what the problem is, but it periodically really flares up. And I understand from earlier classes that the first thing you want to do is move the lymph.
Yeah.
And so I do that before I use, say, ArthroCare or something like that. But I'm never sure what exactly to use for that.
So what you could do is you could put the lymphatic blend on as like a liniment or body tonic.
Uh-huh.
And then you could follow it up with ArthroCare or joint relief as an ointment. And you're kind of getting a 1-2 punch. Even if you did, like, I mean, this is a very good example. Like you could actually even do two of the same thing. You could do a liniment of lymphatic blend and then an ointment of it, because the liniment is going to go deep. It's going to go deep in and around the bone itself and the joint capsule. It's going to treat that area almost all the way to the bone. And then it starts to spread out like up the leg, down the leg, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then when you put the ointment on, you're just going to have a slow roll going into that joint. It might not be as penetrating, but like say you have a little bit of arthritis or you have tendonitis, or, you know, even if it's a little bit of like a bone on bone thing, you're reducing spasms, you're treating the tissue, you're treating that environment very specifically over a period of time. And so, yes, putting the oil on is good, but when you do a liniment, it goes deeper, and when you do an ointment, it lasts longer.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could do a 1-2 punch of, like if I were you, I would probably put the lymphatic blend on as a liniment, and then cover it with like ArthroCare or joint relief.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one other question, I remember you saying we should use arthrocare and joint, whatever it is, in a particular, use one or first and then the other, and I can't remember what you said.
Yeah,
about
you're just going back and forth. Like arthrocare is for like deposits in the joint. It's also for really stagnant lymph. But a lot of times there's a lot of like deposits where it starts to be like crystalline deposits, uric acid, just things are starting to settle into that joint.
Mhm.
And it keeps everything moving, and it does have a bit of an antispasmodic effect. Joint relief is about just increasing blood to and from that joint. So it's a way to keep that joint hydrated. It's a way to reduce spasms, and it's a way to keep blood moving to that area. Because like anytime you have an arthritic condition, there's not enough blood movement in the joint. You know, even if there's swelling and puffiness, it's still like stagnant blood in the area, where you want blood to be able to come in and then leave. And so the rotation of that, you're cleaning up the deposits, like the arthrocare, think of it as like kind of cleaning up the joint. And
Okay.
then the joint relief is about reducing the spasms and getting like healthy blood and nutrients to the joint.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, that's very helpful. Thank you so
I
much.
would say the joint relief and the arthrocare, I would do in an ointment form. But you know, we even do a thing for a few people where we do joint relief in a liniment and then as an ointment, so that if there's like really like a bone on bone situation, or there's a really arthritic area, we have them put the liniment on and then cover it with an ointment so that it gets very deep treatment and treating the surrounding areas, and then long-term treatment with the ointment. So always think of an ointment as like a longer time release treatment, and a liniment is like right there right now. Like you're just trying to clean that up. It's not going to last for a super long time because it's going to spread throughout the body, but you're cleaning or doing whatever you're doing to that joint very quickly and very deeply.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Ralph, then Kathy.
Hey, Ralph.
Morning, Greg.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a couple of family members that are okay if I suggest one oil, but if I come up with two, they freak.
Right.
So for diuretic
I
detoxification,
think we're related. Like, I'm not sure. I think we're related.
yeah, probably. Anyway, diuretic detoxification. What
Mhm.
if they're only going to willing to look at one oil, which one would you suggest?
Lovage, probably either
juniper,
lovage
parsley?
or orange healer. Yeah.
Lovage or orange healer?
Yeah.
Okay. Overstimulation.
Like
Dark blue tansy,
overstimulation, I think
sage, better.
my tendency is I use usually either sage or vetiver.
Okay.
I tend to go sage more just because sometimes the overstimulation also is the beginning or starting to turn into a little bit of brain fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
And sage is a little bit more fortifying than vetiver. Vetiver will calm down the sensory nerves too. It will relax the mind, but it doesn't really treat the brain fatigue the way sage does.
Okay.
So the sage is a little bit better, like protectant of the nerves and the nervous system and the brain and all of that. And so with overstimulation, I tend to go more sage. But
Mm-hmm.
if it's like a real acute situation where they're just like they've had a bad day or they've had a bad week or whatever, vetiver works. You know, the thing that's different with vetiver is that vetiver is very grounding.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, you know how like when people they get a little worked up or they get a little bit like
Mm-hmm.
you could say in a way they're not grounded. Like it's another thing is you'll see them, they'll be bumping into things, dropping things, like they get the clumsies. You know, vetiver and yarrow are very good for the clumsies. You know, like in the European tradition, when I can't remember what country it is, but like when the husband has a job that, like, he's an electrician, or he's a handyman or a plumber or whatever, where they have a toolbox.
Yeah.
The wife will take a big sprig of yarrow and tie it to the handle of the toolbox.
Ooh,
And
that's
so
cool.
that does two things. It reduces the clumsies. And then if there's bleeding, like if you crumble yarrow and put it on the bleeding, it will stop the bleeding. So
Okay.
like yarrow is very good for like whips. It won't ground you, but it will slow down the clumsies. It will shrink the Ming Men, where the vetiver is a lot about drawing the energy down, all the way down into your feet.
Okay. Sage, any particular sage or any sage?
Any of the sages that are just kind of normal sages, like, so not clary sage, but like regular
Yeah.
sage,
Any of the regular sages from any
Australian,
of the
yeah,
places of the world?
yeah, Dalmatian, Triloba,
Okay.
any of those will work.
Okay.
Yeah.
But cardiac fatigue,
Mhm.
camphor or lang lang?
Both work pretty good.
Okay.
I would still do inhalations for that.
Yeah.
And with inhalations, you still use Melissa, Neroli, Anula, but those don't really work very good as a liniment for that. So that's why I only listed the two.
Yep.
So I would do a combination. I kind of like the idea, like camphor will definitely stimulate the circulation and calm down the stress.
Mhm.
The Ling Ling is kind of calming and soothing to what is causing the stress. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Because a lot of times it's just like the body gets agitated, and if you've ever had like a little bit of high blood pressure, it's like you're calm, but your body's just not calming down. Like
Yeah.
it's not a mental or emotional thing. Your body is not calming down.
Physiology.
Yeah, Lang will have a calming effect on some of that. So I tend to go Lang for cardiac fatigue, and I do the camphor more as like a circulatory tonic.
Okay.
Yeah. Like when we did that class, it was more about circulation. And yes, it has an impact on it, but if somebody was really having an issue with cardiac fatigue, it might be in the mix, but I'd probably go to the Lang Lang first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stress, do we have a standout or just pick one?
Stress. Okay,
And-
so let's talk about stress for a minute.
Okay.
So there's a few standouts. It depends on kind of your situation. So marjoram,
Mhm.
very good for stress because it pulls you out of fight flight. Like it's kind of calming and soothing to the body. It raises the vibration of the body. But if you are in fight flight,
Mhm.
marjoram will pull you out of it, and it's very fortifying to the vagus nerve and parasympathetic activity, and it reduces spasms and tension in the body. So marjoram is a pretty strong standout.
Yep.
If there's a lot of anxiety involved, or anxiety, or even to where you're starting to get a little bit of like an OCD thing, where you're just like, it has to be this way. Like that's not quite OCD, but it's OCD-ish. Like, like they're kind of related. Like it has to be, you start,
Oh, like a
you
good
feel out
engineer.
of
Yeah.
control, you get like a little bit rigid. Like I
Mhm.
remember I used to have this one boss that if you went to him with a new idea, he was always so stressed out, he'd go, no, just no. And it was like, can I finish a sentence before you say no? And it'd be no. And then like 3 days later, he'd go, I have this really good idea. And it would be the idea, right?
Mhm.
And at first it was like, that dude is stealing everybody's ideas. But if you watch him, he's super stressed out. He doesn't want to take it in. He doesn't want to change. He's just trying to maintain something. He's being kind of rigid. So he's just like, no. but it got in a little bit. And then so later he's like, when he's resting or relaxing, he's like, I have this idea that I don't know where it came from, because he was just shutting down everything. Right.
Yeah.
And so Palo Santo's amazing for that. Like like any sort of anxiety, or you're starting to feel a little rigid, or you almost come up with an answer before you even know. And it's not like, oh, I intuitively know that this is, it's just like, no, it's usually a
Mhm.
no, right?
Yeah.
Like I used to joke with one of my clients is Palo Santo is the antidote for the nose, just, not the nose, the nose.
Oh, yeah.
And she laughed, but then she used it and she goes, I see what you mean. Like it can just like help you. Basically, it helps to loosen up the solar plexus just to let some stuff out.
Okay.
And
Where's Palo
stress
Santo application? Where would, if a person has the
Just
rigid
around the body.
anxiety nose?
Yeah, you could rub it on the abdomen just because you're hitting the solar plexus, but if you put it anywhere on the body, it will work. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And keep in mind, stress can also be physical pain. Like, so you could
Yeah.
slap it, like say you have a knee that's just really bothering you, you slap a little bit on. It's not a pain reliever, but it's like you're taking some of the stress out of that knee. And the stress there is a mechanical stress. Like, you're working something that's injured, you're having something bear weight that is not stable, whatever it is, that causes a mechanical stress.
Okay.
And so valerian is nice because it helps to reset the homeostasis mechanism. Like when you feel, it's a way of saying it's a restorative, right? But here's where I wanted to go a little bit. So you have stress ease, you have relaxation, and you have de-stress, right?
Yeah.
They all kind of sound like the same thing, but de-stress kind of pulls you out of, like, when the stress mechanism is over agitated or gets triggered very easily. Like it really kind of helps to calm that down, right?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
de-stress helps you to like when you're in the middle of something and you're having a hard time like breaking out of the pattern, like say in work. Basically, like we can get almost like a little bit addicted to stress, right? So even if you calm it down, you go, yeah, okay, I'm not stressed out at work anymore, but let's go home and rearrange the closets right before the in-laws come over,
Yeah.
like whatever it is.
Yeah.
You're
People
just,
get used to their emotional
Yeah,
state.
you
And
get
if they
used
get
to the
out of their
stress.
emotional state, they're lost.
and you feel like, oh, the stress is going down. I can operate with stress like here. If it goes down to here, let's just crank it up a notch, right?
Yeah.
And it sounds silly. You see this in the workplace all the time, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then relaxation is your ability to let go of just the stress energy that's accumulated in the body. And the body accumulates a lot of stress. That's, if you watch somebody who's stressed out sometimes emotionally and mentally, they look fine. They don't look like they're stressed out, but their body has accumulated so much kind of stress energy and stress responses, and just the accumulation of that in the body that even when they're relaxed, their body is still running a marathon. And
Yep.
so the relaxation is about letting go of the stress.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's almost like there are different parts of the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
And lastly, number 8, spasms.
Mhm.
Who's number one choice? Like we have to give
Honestly,
somebody
my
one oil.
go-to for spasms is usually marjoram.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
sometimes marjoram needs to be augmented or isn't quite the good fit. So I'll
Mhm.
go to basil or petitgrain, or if there's a bit of inflammation, I'll do helichrysum. But marjoram's inexpensive, it works really well. Like if you get a cramp in the middle of the night, keep a little bit of marjoram by your bedside. You
Mhm.
could put it on your thigh. You don't even have to put it on the spot. And usually within about 10 seconds, the cramp will go away.
Okay.
I mean, it's just amazing. And if you have bones out in your spine, even if you get the marjoram kind of close, it's best if you can get it on the spine. But even if you get it close, it will loosen up the spine enough to where the body will sometimes self-correct on its own.
Good. Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Kathy, then Laura.
Hey, Kathy.
Hi, Greg.
Mhm.
It's been a while, so I kind of wanted to refresh. And just to refresh, I have the nerve pain in my face.
Oh, yes.
Neuralgia. And I manage it right now pretty good with medicine, antispasmodic. Right now I haven't taken my medicine. So what would be a good the combination of liniment, inhaling, internal, to try to get off the medicine?
Yeah. So I mean, I always like marjoram or rosemary for some of that.
Mhm.
You can inhale, you can put a little bit topically.
Marjoram or what did you say?
Rosemary.
Okay.
The other one that I would say maybe explore is that nerve help.
It's called Nerve Help.
Yeah, it's nerve help, and it's for like usually like chronic pain syndromes, like
Mhm.
neuropathy, neuralgias, like neuralgia. We have that newer blend, which is an old blend for me, but I just made it up and put it out there. But APR, it would be good just for neuralgias, but there's a lot more going on than just your neuralgia and all of that. And so that's why I would lean more towards the nerve help. Yeah.
Now, is that the tonic or the liniment, or should I do a combination of things? Because
You
I
could
just
do-
want off the medicine if I can.
I would probably do it in a liniment, like a body tonic.
Is that the APRs in a liniment or a tonic?
We can make anything in a body like, I'm just listing some basic things here, but anything goes. Like if it's going to be good for a body tonic, you can always shoot us an email and ask, but I'll make anything into a body tonic or liniment for you. Yeah.
Well, I'm ready to seriously kind of get back.
I would do the nerve help.
So many oils.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
boxes of oils.
If you were going to do the APR, I would say do the APR, but not on the spots. I would do it like on the neck and shoulders.
Okay.
That's where I would, that as an ointment.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I think, the more that you can take some tension out of the neck and the shoulders, because part of that is if you can loosen up the neck where the neck and the skull meet, sometimes it'll take some of the pressure off those facial nerves.
Okay. And anything else I should kind of add to that as a routine? Because I'm determined about this medicine.
Well, I would say the nerve help, I would still do it, but you can put it on like parts of your face, but take some and put it in your fingers and then rub it into the sides of your head.
Okay. That's the oil. It's the oil blend, the nerve help.
Yeah.
Okay. And then do marjoram just inhale too, or
Yeah. Marjoram inhale.
on the sides of the head? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned along this an energy. Lately, I've been feeling kind of less energetic, and what to kind of pick me up.
Yeah, that's the pain probably. I would do a little bit of time internally on a daily basis.
Okay.
So you could do just time by itself, or you could do I don't know that I ever made it, like the thyme Ravensara with a little bit of oregano. And
Well,
that
I have
would be
Ravensara. I don't have oregano, but I do have thyme.
try just using the Ravensara. Like if you have Ravensara,
without thyme.
let's just start you on Ravensara. Let's just see how that treats you. 2 or 3 drops in water and drink that daily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Part of it is I had an MRI of my heart, and I have a little bit of thickening and a lower injection rate or something.
Okay.
So I have higher top blood pressure and lower than usual bottom. So I don't know. And I don't want to take blood pressure medicine because the top is a little high, but the bottom is too low.
Right. Like what's your reading?
Well, just now it was like 143/64.
Oh, yeah, boy, that's a big ratio.
Mhm.
Treating things like for that.
I mean, it's consistently 60s for the bottom and it fluctuates on the top.
I think like the use of like Melissa, Neroli, Lang Lang, Anula, whatever you have of that, and you could just do inhalations with that, like 20 or 30, even 50 inhalations.
I have all those. So Melissa, Yangling.
If you have all of them, start with Melissa.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you said how many inhalations?
I would probably do 40 or 50 at night, and just like every night.
Okay. And no, I sometimes get confused on all the centers. Just inhale, don't
No,
worry.
just inhale it. That's all you gotta do. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That one will do what it does. Yeah.
Okay. Because I believe in the oils. Believing I have so many
Mhm.
that I get discouraged.
Sure,
and I
sure,
don't
sure.
Give them a chance, and I want to
Right.
try something consistently.
That's what this weekend's for. It's like the stuff that you have, let's put it in motion.
Yeah, because I went crazy for a while and then I got out of it. So thank you.
But try those things and then let us know how it's going in about a week.
Okay.
And you have galbanum or myrrh?
I have galbanum. I don't know that I have myrrh.
Okay, let's have you use galbanum, like maybe 3 or 4 drops internally.
Can I do them kind of this? If I'm doing internal daily with Ravensar, do I do it at the same time or separate?
Give it like maybe a minute or 2 minutes in between and go for it.
And what was the one we just said? Is that galbanum?
Galbanum, yeah.
Okay.
It will help take the edge off the pain.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I was writing, and you said do them a few minutes apart, or
Yeah, a few minutes apart.
okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Andrea.
Hey, Laura.
Let's get you unmuted.
Hi, good morning. Sorry.
Hey,
This may be in the PDF, but I haven't pulled that. I haven't gotten it copied yet. If you're making a liniment, how many, for like 2 ounces, how many drops would you put in? of
so
most-
like at the top there, it says like how to make it. So you would add
Okay,
10 to 20
I-
drops per ounce of alcohol. So it would depend on the strength, but like if you did 10 drops per ounce and you're making a 2 ounce thing, you put in 20 drops. If you needed to make it a little stronger, you could always add a little bit more. But if you make it too strong, you'd either have to add more alcohol or just, push through it. So I
Sorry.
would say start at 10. Usually when I'm making stuff, I do like maximum strength for what we put out. And then if it's a little too strong for somebody, you can just add a little bit of alcohol and make it, extend it. But when you're making something at home, I'd probably start with about 10 drops per ounce.
Yeah, sorry about that. I haven't gotten. the
Oh, no, that's
PDF
okay.
Typed. The other
We
question.
didn't really read over it. We just kind of like blasted past it and just jumped right in. So it's
Got
not
it.
something we talked about.
And I'm going to do it. I just am running late. On the bone on bone, how often would you were talking about doing the liniment first? and then the
Ideally,
liniment?
3 times a day. Like I would
Okay.
do in an ideal situation, because the more you keep that contained, the more that it's going to be bearable and it doesn't cause like a systemic inflammatory response or systemic lymphatic issue all over the body. And so doing some sort of maintenance on it really helps. But if you really stay on top of it, like I had one client that it was bone on bone for probably almost 20 years. And she wasn't on pain meds or anything, but like she had always just done, like this regimen. And she said when the doctor came out, the doctor goes, boy, that bone on bone had been there a long time. It was really bad. And she was like, yeah. And he goes, but you weren't on pain meds. I think she was on pain meds like 2 months before the surgery, just because it got so unbearable. And she goes, yeah. And he goes, how did that happen? And she goes, I don't know how I got bone on bone. Like he goes, no, how did you go so long without being on pain meds? And you just keep everything moving in that joint. You keep the blood moving, you keep the inflammation reduced, you keep the lymph moving, and it can be very manageable. Like the cartilage isn't going to necessarily grow back, but the irritation and inflammation from it being bone on bone can be significantly reduced.
And my doctor has, I've talked to him a little bit about this. A lot of my discomfort and pain is below or right above the knee. It's not necessarily in the knee itself. So that would probably be part of that lymphatic, that flushing out.
Lymph, and also there you could still put the joint relief on that area because it's antispasmodic, but that's starting to be like the above the kneecap, right? Is that what we're talking about, above the kneecap?
It's mostly below.
Below the kneecap. So above and below the kneecap is your quadriceps that are the front part of your leg come down, and then they kind of go around the kneecap and form that tendon below the knee. So I would put antispasmodics. You don't necessarily have to cover the whole quadricep, but like from like mid thigh down to your knee, I would put some sort of antispasmodic on there, like marjoram, basil, helichrysum, petitgrin, even the joint relief. Like if you put it up higher, it still has enough antispasmodic properties to it where you could use that, but you just, because the body is trying to protect the joint by stiffening all that up. But then that's a very short-term fix, because what happens is that actually makes the arthritis worse over a period of time because you're not getting the amount of blood flow into the area. So you have to kind of manually go through and reduce the tension and spasms in that area. And so the thing above the knee and then that patella tendon right there, that is all byproduct of the quadricep up higher.
Okay. So nothing below the knee, just above the knee.
You could hit that patella tendon right below the kneecap, but other than that, unless there's discomfort, not a big issue.
Well, it's below the knee that's the discomfort, on the sides below the knee.
Is it the patella tendon, like that little tendon at the bottom of your kneecap, or is it starting to go down into like your shin?
It's going into my shin.
Oh, then put the same stuff on your shin. Yeah.
Got it. Thank
Yeah,
you so
yeah.
much.
Yeah. The thing with the shin, it can get a little complicated, but because it's the knee, I think it's probably straightforward. But there's this thing with the ankle called, you know how people get carpal tunnel syndrome?
Uh-huh.
You can get a thing called tarsal tunnel syndrome. And it's like, you know how like you normally would stand, you start rolling off your arches. And so it starts to cause this like issue at the back, like where the Achilles tendon is. And a lot of times it's what people are calling plantar myofasciitis. And sometimes it's the cause of plantar myofasciitis, but it can manifest with issues up in the shin. But because you have the knee, I think it's probably the knee. But if for some reason it's non-responsive to treatment, we'll probably need to treat the ankle as well.
Okay, so how would you treat the ankle?
You would treat it with, I find black pepper works the best in and around that Achilles tendon area. Like if the arch is falling, that's a good indicator. Like you would also put some black pepper to increase the circulation and firm up the tissue of the arch, but you'd rub it a lot like on the top of, you know, that heel bone. You'd rub a lot up into that area and on the tendon itself.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And then go ahead. Sorry, I have to let someone in. I think it's Andrea and then Brenda. Yeah, or Denise. Sorry. Go ahead, Andrea.
Hey, Andrea.
Hi there. You really hit something with the overstimulation thing.
Yeah. Oh, especially, you know, that's the thing too, especially for meditators and stuff, It's because the energy body is expanding so much, is that you're taking in more information than your body's used to. And so it acclimates at some point. You know, I always kind of look at it as like you get a new fish and you go home and you put it in the fish aquarium, but you leave it in the bag for a while. Like that's what meditation feels like sometimes. Okay, I'm meditating. I have to stay inside for a little while until I get acclimated. You know, it's what happens. And so overstimulation is you know, you look at the idea of social media and just how much is coming at us all the time. There's that overstimulation. If you're meditating, there's overstimulation. There's just so many reasons. Just the pace of life these days is different than it was 10, 20 years ago. So many reasons why to be overstimulated. And also lymphatic stagnation can cause it.
Yeah.
So it's a big one. Like overstimulation is a super big one. Like I constantly use sage because of it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So my question is actually, this just hit home because last night I had company for dinner. And so I was on my feet and cooking in the afternoon and the evening and cleaning up and all of that. And when I went to bed, I couldn't go to sleep, even though I was really tired. So that was it.
Yeah.
And my question is, shall I just take a bath in the body tonic, or on my legs, on my abdomen, my arms, my neck?
Yeah, you could just whole body. When I get that, like we have a body tonic that I use, and you know, I never think of sage as like, oh, it's so deeply relaxing. But if I put that on when I'm like a little bit overly tired, I conk right out. I mean, I conk right out.
Oh, I
So
love
and for
that.
me, I just put it on my back, like on my legs, you know, the back of my legs, and maybe a little bit on my neck. I don't even cover the whole body, and it knocks me out.
Great, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the thing that's nice about it is it will diminish, like if there's a little bit of brain fatigue starting to settle in from being so tired, it diminishes that. And it's kind of fortifying to the body so that you wake up feeling a little stronger the next day.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Denise, then Brenda.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. It follows Andrea's question,
Okay.
but I'm pretty spent. I have probably another day work today, so I'll be on and off today, but I'm going to be here tomorrow just simply out of need, sheer need. Okay. So I was just hoping, my brain is like almost sprained. Okay. It feels like it's almost sprained. It's been like a week of family therapy and literally trying to empty that house the best we could.
Yeah.
So we got only so far, and we had to kind of back off. That's all. It was my son was going to start to have a break, so we had to do that.
So I would do a combination. Usually I do like one or the other. Sage could be very helpful for that. But the other thing, do you have some form of spruce? Including Sitka.
I don't have Sitka yet. I don't know. For some reason, I think I have some sort of spruce supreme, maybe something like that.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay.
I would do a lot of inhalation and a little bit of on the wrist, because there's like fatigue, and then there starts to be like a neurological like depletion that can happen. And that's not just the brain, it starts to happen in different parts of the nervous system. And the spruce is very fortifying to the nerves. The sage is good for brain fatigue. And so it's not going to necessarily like give your body a bunch of energy, but it will give your mind a bunch of energy. And then for your body, because some of that is probably also just like body fatigue, emotion fatigue, because I mean, you've gone through the ringer on all levels this last week. And it wasn't like this week was out of the blue. Like, you know, it's been going on for a while. So I would fortify the body with like maybe some thyme or Ravensara, something that's a little fortifying to the body.
Okay.
Do you have either one of those at all?
I bought the Tylenol recently.
Perfect. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Few like three or four drops in water. You could do it twice a day.
Oh, great. Now, if I don't have the spruce, is there a backup, just in case I don't have a spruce? Is there one other backup? H2.
Samantha went and checked and she said you've ordered spruce, so you have spruce
Yeah.
somewhere.
Oh, you guys are great. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah,
Thank you. You saved me. And I'll
Yeah.
be on tomorrow because I just am
Perfect.
calling in sick if I have to on the other job. Thank you so much.
Well,
Thanks,
thank you.
everyone. Have a great
Yeah.
day today.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks, Sam. Bye, you guys.
And if those don't work, you let us know, but that should kind of really fortify you going through this.
I'm pulling those oils right now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
All right. I appreciate it.
And
But listen,
you know, not to overwhelm you with, but a little bit of hyssop inhaling, given all the situations, it just helps you. You know, even if everything's going okay, you know, people get frustrated or people get tired or whatever, the hyssop will keep you from absorbing negativity from other people as you guys are going through and doing this process. And so it might be something that you want to do just for some protective maintenance for yourself.
that's great. Thank you. And on the sage, just inhale and also
Inhale, and I put like 3 or 4 drops on your wrist and just rub it together like that. You could do that 8 times a day.
forever.
Like, yeah, 8 times a day. Like, you know, going through this, like just really keep your brain stronger. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're so
I-
welcome.
I'm grateful.
And then go ahead, Brenda, then Margot.
Hey, Brenda.
So Sam, I was trying to figure out if I should put my hand up or not, and you called my name, and I thought, okay, because I was trying really hard to try to figure this out myself based on what Greg was telling everybody else. And I don't think I can figure it out.
No, that's what I'm here for this weekend. Like, that's what this is all about.
So I have a hip replacement,
Okay.
and I was trying to figure out the order and what to do with the lymph blend, the arthrocare, and the
How
joint-
far out are you from your hip replacement?
Oh,
replacement?
it was 2018, I think. or
Okay,
20
so 5 years or so. Okay.
Yeah.
And pain, no pain?
Thickening, movement, there's no pain. It just is thickening, like there's not enough, something stuck. Not, oh, I can't put it into words, just check in.
So something feels stuck with movement, or just like sitting there, it feels stuck?
Not sitting feels stuck. When I get lymph treatment or cranial work, there's a loosening. When I don't, or when I need it, there's a sense of thickening.
Okay. So I would do a couple of different things, and you know, the thing that like the joint relief is for increasing blood and lymph moving into the area and reducing some spasms. And you're also trying to hydrate the cartilage of the socket, but you don't have that issue. You have a hip replacement. So now we can say like, okay, we're not really worried about protecting that socket because that socket's been replaced. So let's really focus on spasms and blood flow, because I think part of what you're calling like a thickening is it's blood flow and lymph flow in the area, but also the muscles were traumatized from the hip, you know, being bone on bone, and then the surgery. So you're kind of wanting to reinvigorate those muscles. And so for that, I would use like different kinds of pepper. Like I would use like black pepper, pepper supreme, pink pepper. You could do it in an ointment. You could do it in a liniment. You could actually do both. But I would consistently on a daily basis do that, because what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to increase blood flow in that area. And if you think about it from an energetic point of view, like you're wanting to strengthen the basic chakra to like engage the movement. And part of what's happened over a period of time is those muscles contracted to protect the joint. And then, you were having to compensate because of the bone and bone. So movement was a little bit off or a little bit different. And so the black pepper is going to like strengthen the area. It's going to increase blood flow, and it's going to help the muscles to work better. So I would do that, or there's that blend red healer, like either one. That's big on black pepper and some other things, but both would be antispasmodic enough. And the reason why pepper is also a better choice is it is also going to hydrate the fascia in that area, and even the constriction of fascia in that area might be a little bit of what you're calling that thickening. And so it would make you compensate when you're walking. It's like the fascia wraps around the muscles. And so even if the muscle releases, it only can release in the amount of space that the fascia is allowing it to release. So if you open up the fascia more, that muscle can open up more. And so
this,
I suspect you have that issue. I mean, that's a very common issue with hip replacements.
so this was not bone on bone. This was a fall and a fracture, a crushing of the head.
Okay,
Is-
so the
make
head broke off or broke into pieces.
Yes.
Okay,
So does that make a difference
I
on
still would probably do the same thing. Yeah,
Red-
like as I'm thinking about it, I think I probably would still go in that same direction. Yeah.
and the red healer or the pepper or both?
I would choose one, to be honest. Like I kind of like the idea of the pepper for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that could be good. So the thing with the just to go back to that, like when you fall, part of what happens is the area tightens up to protect that joint, but in a different, for a different reason. And it's to prevent you from moving the joint, and it's preventing any sort of excessive bleeding. Like that's what whiplash is like the neck muscles are a little bit traumatized, but they tighten up to protect the neck. But after 48 hours, it's not really necessary anymore. But the body doesn't go, okay, it's been 48 hours. Let's turn off this tension. It just goes, this is the new us now. We're just gonna protect the joint from now on. And so it will move blood in the area. It will increase circulation. It's very antispasmodic. And it will strengthen the muscles in and around that traumatized area.
So just do the pepper, not do like the lymph blend or any, and do it the
I
liniment.
think you have more of a spasm and blood flow area. And so did they go in from the side or did they go in from the front?
Front.
The front. Do you feel a thickening or a heaviness there?
That's where that gets thickened in the front.
Okay, so I would stick with the black pepper, and on the scar area, I would put helichrysum. And part of it is you have a fascial lesion, and a fascial lesion just means that the connective tissue below the incision site is like in spasm, and it's not getting blood in it. So the black pepper will hit the hip. That I would do like probably liniment. I would do like a liniment body tonic. And then on the incision site, I would put helichrysum on a knead application. So just helichrysum direct. And the good thing about that is if you treat it with helichrysum, it's not going to be an ongoing thing you need to treat. Like you can treat it and resolve it. Like it can be like as soon as it unwinds, it's just kind of done. And so rarely do you need to do more than a bottle's worth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I had a quick other question. I couldn't sleep last night, so I was breathing marjoram, and it would make me tired, but I couldn't fall asleep. I would start yawning, but I couldn't fall asleep. So I'm looking at the other things you suggested for overstimulation.
And did you have like a weird day or a long day, or like what was going on the last few days or yesterday?
Like a lot of stress.
A lot of stress. And the marjoram didn't work.
It would make me yawn. And I'd lay down,
Yeah.
couldn't
So
drop in.
do you have like wormwood or absinthium or Paracelsus, anything like that?
No, but I can get it because I know somebody who has it.
My top choice would be Paracelsus, but if they don't have that, the wormwood or the, because like, so a lot of times, like when we're having sleep issues, there's a disruption in the parasympathetic, which is rest and repair. But like sometimes what happens is the vagus nerve, which is a nerve that comes out of the base of the skull, has a big impact on you know, heart and lungs and digestive function. You know, it, with a lot of stress it can get disrupted, but there's a nerve that like opposes it called the accelerator nerve. And sometimes what happens is, even though you fortify the vagus nerve, the accelerator nerve is so overstimulated that it still doesn't balance things out enough. Like the vagus nerve can only get so stimulated to try to balance that out. And it, like when it doesn't work, it's usually the accelerator nerve is out. And so you're just needing to kind of sedate that a little bit, like, you know, calm it down. And so you don't even have to do a pattern, just inhale the Paracelsus or whichever other one you have. Just inhale it. And if it needs a little something extra, just kind of go from body part to body part, like your feet, your lower legs, your thighs, your hips, your back, your abdomen, you know, just kind of check in with body parts, especially skeletal muscle, because part of what you're doing is you're calming down the cardiac function, and the accelerator hits the cardiac muscle the hardest. And so if you can relax the skeletal muscle, it starts to relax the cardiac muscle, and then it starts to relax that accelerator nerve. And yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, it should make you fall asleep and should make you sleep deep.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm seeing Samantha's note in the chat. Thank you, Samantha.
I just let everyone know I took 2 different Paracelsus baths this week, and I had to go right to bed, and I just slept super deep the whole night, like for hours.
Oh, yeah. So it's okay if I share. Yeah. So she's usually up like kind of relatively early, and she took the one Paracelsus bath, and it was like 9:30. It was starting to get close to 10, and she was like, "Oh, what time is it?" Like she went to bed early and slept, I mean, like hard all
Okay.
night, and slept in, you know, hours past like what was normal. And so, you know, we have stress that we recognize, but sometimes just like the pace of the week when you're getting stuff done and everything, it just feels like, hey, it feels good getting stuff done. But you know, sometimes we have a hard time pumping the brakes. And you know, the way that I describe the accelerator nerve and the vagus nerve is, accelerator nerve is the gas pedal, and the vagus nerve is the brakes. Like you're literally, when you need to pump the brakes, you go to something that's like vagus nerve associated, right? But sometimes you got to get that lead foot off the accelerator. And in extreme cases, I'm prone to that, like where I'm just like, I can go and go and go, and then it's like time to go to bed, and I was like, but I still got stuff. And so it took me a while to retrain myself to like, no, when it's time to go to bed, I gotta go to bed. You know, like that was okay when I was young, but as I get older, I pay the price. But when I was young, it didn't really bother me, but it turned into a habit. And so you just gotta be able to even those things out. And so the wormwood, absinthium, opopanox, which is a kind of a myrrhish like oil. You know, it treats some different symptoms, but it's very good for calming down the accelerator nerve as well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. And then if for some reason, if that doesn't work, let us know. And there's other things to problem solve, but usually it's one of those two.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Margot, then Kathy.
Hey, Margot.
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
I wanted to ask you about my left knee, which has been bothering me for about a month, I guess. It's very painful when I bend it. It's not bone, it's, it's soft tissue, the sort of outside, I don't know whether tendon or what it is, but I mean, it's a rope, the rope I can feel, when I just.
Like around the knee or up and down the leg?
It's around the knee. I mean,
so like it hurts like kind of a circular.
Yeah, kind of. So it really hurts when I sit, and especially if I'm sitting on something kind of lower than usual. So it's when it bends. And if I was getting into a car yesterday, and so I was bending the knee more than usual. So the top and bottom parts of the leg were getting closer together, and it had this like shooting pain. What was the
It
other?
went up or it went down?
I'm sorry. What?
The shooting pain, it went up the leg or down the leg?
It was just it both maybe. It was
Okay.
the whole area.
Okay.
So it doesn't. I mean, walking is okay. It doesn't bother me when I walk.
And no swelling or anything like that?
I'm not aware of any swelling.
Okay. And like if you were like standing and needed to straighten your leg all the way, even if it wasn't bearing weight on that leg, would you have to kind of push it to go all the way straight, or it would naturally just go straight?
There's no problem going straight. It's the bending.
It's the bending itself.
Yeah.
So I would, you could do a couple of things. There's that blend that we have APR, but I would say even if you had like some wintergreen or some marjoram, I'd put it in a liniment. I'd make it into alcohol, something alcohol, witch hazel based, like a body tonic. And then from the crease of the knee up the back of your leg, that's what I would treat, especially that lower third of the back of the leg.
Okay.
I suspect that is, there's no pain on the outside, like no sharp stabbing pain on the outside of the knee.
No.
Okay, so I suspect that it's a bicep femoris issue, and which is like these really dense parts of your hamstring, and it's like kind of weird. Like when they get really like tight, it almost feels it's not really happening, but this is what it feels like. It almost feels like the leg and the lower leg almost like separate a little bit. Like it almost feels like it goes there. You know what I mean? And it gets hard to like move the leg, and it's just because that joint is not tracking. It's not really what's happening, but you can feel kind of the strain on the ligaments, and it's usually a lower hamstring issue. And so by putting that on there on a regular basis, it will unwind and loosen that up. Like we were talking about just a little bit ago, pepper might work as well.
Okay.
So that could be a choice, but I would say start with something that you have like marjoram or wintergreen, or if you're wanting to try something, do a liniment of APR or like pepper supreme.
And you said put it above the knee is what you were saying.
Like from the crease of the back of your knee and then go up the back of the leg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you could say, like, if you look at the knee joint, it's a really odd joint. Like, you look at the hip and the shoulder, it's it's like a little bit of a socket. The knees are just two things stacked on top of each other, like, you know, the thigh
Right.
bone or the thigh bone and the lower leg bone, they're just stacked. And
Right.
so it has like weird things that don't happen in other parts of the body. It's weight bearing, and then it's just this two bones stacked on top of each other. And so there's an imbalance, like in the adductor, it does a little something. If there's an imbalance, like too much tension in the hamstring, which is the most common, by the way, it can cause some disruptions in how that joint moves and works. And so I would go through. I mean, you could treat all over, but the primary spot that we're looking for is up the back of the leg, from
Okay.
the knee up,
Right.
and just maybe like halfway up the thigh. Like it doesn't have to be all the way up to the butt cheek, but just at least halfway.
And how frequently?
I would do it at least daily. I mean, for a little bit, I might even do it morning and night, but I would do it daily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And then if it doesn't work, let us know. But that should nail it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Kathy, and then we have questions in chat as well.
Hey,
Okay.
Kathy.
Hi again. So something prompted, I think it was what Brenda was asking about her hip. I had a friend over last night, very dear friend, and she's had both hips replaced twice.
Mhm.
And she, one was a recall. I mean,
Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah.
and one was, I don't know what it was, but anyway, she has really had a hard problem lately walking, and she said that she was taking some kind of an anti-cholesterol medicine for 2 months, and all her muscles just ached, and she got off of it, except for this one hip is still giving her problem. It seems to be muscle related. So what would I
Yes.
recommend to her? And she's someone who
So
doesn't.
she's having achiness, but she's also having muscle weakness, or just achiness.
She has to go with a cane all the time because imbalance.
Yeah. I mean, that is one of the byproducts of some of those, is like in a small population, it causes some muscle weakness.
But she's
So-
having pain now still in that one. A lot of her pain went away when she got off the drug. But
Yeah.
she still is having pain in that one joint.
Okay. But it's like an achy pain.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say like lymphatic movement needs to happen in the body, but part of why that probably happened is anytime you see stagnant lymph, you always go to, there's a disruption in the vagus nerve or parasympathetic activity. You know, like parasympathetic activity has to be there for there to be proper lymphatic movement. And so whenever you see achiness in the joint, the very first thing I usually do is give them lemongrass, like 2 or 3 drops in water, at least once a day, if not twice a day. And that will normalize the dysregulation of that nerve and the imbalance. You could use other things too, but lemongrass is kind of my go-to for that.
He's a high stress person too. I mean, in addition to all
Yeah, but still, like you could have high stress and not have that.
this. Okay.
Like that was probably a reaction to the medication. Like, I mean, there's documented cases where stuff like this happens. And so I would do that, and then things that are just very good for moving the lymph, you know. It could be lymphatic blend, could be chocolate root cleanser, it could be even just bay laurel, helichrysum, like doing a few helichrysum baths, or a body tonic of helichrysum. All of that should help, but it would be a 1-2 thing: the body tonic and a few drops of lemongrass or anise internally.
Okay, so would you take and you mentioned earlier with the helichrysum on the scar, because I know she has scars. She must have scars.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times they get treated in physical therapy with friction massage. I mean, that's what they're
She's
trying to
getting
do.
physical therapy again for this because it was
Yeah. I mean, if somebody hasn't treated like a substantial scar with helichrysum, because it will work on an acute like cut scar, and it will work on a scar that's 40 years old.
Mhm.
you know, because the fascial lesion is there no matter what. I always, like any sort of big scar, I always kind of treat it just to make sure that it's not like pulling the fascia in different ways, like as the person moves and things. So that would be the case. But as far as the achiness and everything, like the body achiness is just overall lymphatic function. And so the scar thing would be a thing, but I mean, if we're looking at her walking with a cane, it wouldn't be as big as treating some of those other things.
So mainly lemongrass, 2-3 drops in water 2 times a day. And the lymphatic blend, is that also in water?
Lymphatic blend, but helichrysum would also work. Like I kind
Water?
of like the helichrysum like as a body tonic for her, just
Like-
because I think it would move things, be anti-inflammatory, like soothe some things, and because of the kind of medication that it is, those things hit the liver kind of substantially, and her liver might not be processing things quite like they should. And helichrysum will make the liver start functioning better. Like it will, a liver that's like kind of going, nah, I'm just gonna phone it in and only do 50%. Helichrysum will make it go back up to higher levels of function. And part of the issue for that is what it does to like the liver and organs of blood purification, but specifically the liver.
Okay,
And so like this is a little bit more of a specialty thing. I think helichrysum will be better for her than just treating lymph.
so the straight oil in water again, or there's a tonic?
No, I would do a body tonic. Yeah.
Body tonic.
Like, I don't even know, have we made a helichrysum body tonic?
No, but I put a note, and this goes for anybody
Yeah,
with any
I'll
of them.
make
Greg
anything.
will make any body tonics
Yeah.
you want, if we don't have it on the site already.
Yeah.
Okay, so she
So-
would take lemongrass and water, and then I'll order this tonic, and that she put
Yeah.
that on the area or on her body, or she'd also.
I would
put that
I would
water?
slap it on her whole body, or at least a good portion of her body, including like her hips. But if she could at least hit her abdomen and back and maybe over her hips, we could call that good. But if possible, even over the whole body.
Okay, so that brings up another question. I actually did genetic testing, and I have a compromised genetic disposition to a liver pathway, which my medicine doesn't help. It doesn't help clear. That's why I want to get off the medicine. So is there something I should take just to help my liver in general? For me? Because I know this, I had to check with a pharmacy, the pathway to clear this medicine I take out is compromised, but I need the medicine because.
I would take lemon, like I would take several drops of lemon daily. in
Just
water.
plain lemon?
Yeah, like just maybe 6-8 drops of lemon in water daily. It could be spread out, it could be all at once, however you want to do it.
Okay, do that daily just for my liver, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, one last thing, because
Sure.
it came up with sleep and everything, is I always fall asleep. I'm falling asleep watching TV and I go to bed. Sometimes I wake up about 2 o'clock and I can't go back to sleep.
You fall asleep very easily and then.
I fall asleep pretty easily, but I'll sometimes wake up after about 2 hours max, and I can't go back to sleep. And sometimes I take a sleeping pill, which I don't want to because that's not good. So what would be a good thing at that time to try to get back to sleep?
Do you have from any of the classes you've been in, do you have like ginger lily or any lotus or anything like that?
I don't think so. I have a lot of oils, but I don't think I ginger lily or lotus.
Yeah, we're looking your stuff up real quick.
There's a lot there for a while,
Yeah.
not some recently. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
I'll keep looking. This might take a minute.
Yeah. So
No,
she's gonna
there's
keep
for a while there.
So
was crazy.
the issue that I think that probably is the circadian rhythms are off. And
Okay.
so, which is associated with the pineal gland. And it can throw off sleep cycles and all kinds of things. And so, you see this with like pain syndromes and things like that. And so we're checking, but what I'd have you do is just inhale that like around bedtime. And it'll take a little bit to re-educate the rhythms, but
I've been getting a lot of messages from different things I see about circadian rhythms. So I've been wanting to know
Yeah.
more about this, and I feel
Yeah.
that could be a problem the way the messages have been coming.
yeah, there's a section in one of the free classes where I talked a little bit about circadian rhythms.
Okay.
And it might have even been in one of the newsletters as well, so you could probably check on the blog.
Okay.
But we'll see if you have it, and then we'll go from there.
Or you'll recommend something if I'll order that if I don't have it, if you can't find something else for me to
Okay.
inhale when I wait before bed or when I wake up and can't fall back to sleep.
Yeah.
When should I do it? Or you tell me what you recommend once you do your research.
Yeah, I think our best bet is to try to re-educate those rhythms.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
All right, we'll get back to you on that. There's a lot to look at. And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Dawn Marie.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thank you. Would you talk a little bit more about body tonics versus liniments? Like, I want to know, what does the witch hazel do, differently than an all alcohol?
It's
preparation?
still kind of the same idea. It doesn't quite penetrate quite as quickly, but it's still pretty quick. And the reason that I add the witch hazel is it's just not as drying to the skin as the just straight alcohol.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just do it keep the skin from getting too dry.
Okay, so what I want to ask also is, I prefer a spray. The body tonics, I tend to, especially if I'm putting them on my back, drip on the floor and so forth.
Yeah.
But I think you mentioned one time that the body tonics tend to clog up the sprayer. So
They
is that
can.
because, is that because of the witch hazel or
No, it's
what?
the amount of essential oil that I put in. Like I put in a decent amount, and so sometimes what happens is the spray bottle will get a little clogged. And so, yeah.
Well, are you using a different amount of oil in that as opposed to a liniment? Or is it just, it seems like most of your body tonics are blends though.
No, it's about the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I was just wondering then why the liniment doesn't clog up the sprayer.
Most of the liniments we still do because we were having a little bit of a clogging issue with some of the liniments. That's why we went over to the
I think we
the
only have
pour-
one in spray
yeah.
bottle.
yeah. Which one do you remember?
It's either, I think it's camphor liniment is in a spray bottle.
Yeah, we don't make very many liniments just in a spray bottle these days.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Just because of the clogging issue with the sprayer.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. I can make it for you in a sprayer, but it has the potential for clogging. So
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I might try one and see how quickly it clogs. Okay, thank you.
you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dawn Marie, and we have questions in chat as well.
Hey, Dawn Marie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. My speaker on my phone has been acting up, so I'm glad. So it's good to be here. So much information. I'm trying to center myself about what my question was. I have been doing some pelvic health physical therapy. And it's been quite miraculous in a lot of ways, and then brings out a lot of other stuff in other ways. This last treatment I had was on Wednesday, and that's an internal, basically pressing on all the muscles, the ligaments, everything that's up inside there. We also, or she also did some, well, some stomach rolling, which just means some fascia releasing stuff on the stomach, and a little bit on my upper thighs. So for me, for me overall, I am I'm a highly sensitive person. I mean, not just empathically and such, but my nervous system and my body is very highly sensitive. It's gotten less so over the years. So for me, what I noticed with this last treatment was, and I know there's going to be some emotional releasing because there's just been so much holding in that held together for, over 20 years. So, so what's happened is I have the emotional releasing, I understand, so I can be with that. What I've noticed this time is there was a fair amount of fatigue. I know that there's lymphatic that's not quite moving because, interestingly enough, there's so many things within that area that are attached to all parts of the body. I have a lot of tension, and I'm sure it's just sort of lymphatic in the upper lungs and the back and the sides. There's been, well, my neck is breaking out from rash, but I'm sure that's just a lot of lymphatic just trying to get its way out. And fatigue, which I hadn't noticed that with the other two treatments. So, yeah, I've been listening, with the overstimulation.
Yeah.
I know perhaps.
Do you think that, like, before you're doing those treatments, do you think your adrenals were a little bit overactivated or running on adrenaline a little bit?
I'm not sure, because my adrenals have, I mean, I had a complete hysterectomy over 40 years ago, so my adrenals have been, basically working a little bit overtime, more than half my life. So adrenals are always kind of a thing for me, but I'm pretty relaxed when I go there because it's very, it's just been a miraculous thing for me, what's happening. So, but, the pain was there, but
like the issue, especially when you're having a treatment like that, is if there was a little bit of adrenal overactivation or just hyperreactivity, now when you calm it down, like you're relaxing the body to a higher degree, that sometimes you're not running on the adrenaline like you would, and so there would be a little bit more of like a little bit of fatigue or tiredness that happens, and it usually passes within a week or two, but your body is getting used to not running on that. So I'm not sure that that's what that is, but that would be a thing that I'd be like watching, just to see, just to go through and strengthen up the body. You could use a couple of things. You could use them topically in a body liniment, or you could just do them internally. And it would be Ravensara and or thyme linalool. Like just Times would do it, but thyme linalool is very safe, very gentle. Not that the other ones aren't safe, but it's just you could do really big dosages of thyme linalool because it's so gentle. And the idea would be to strengthen the body over a few days, and it's what you would call, like in medical aromatherapy, like a terrain treatment. It's not really specific to a certain thing, but you're just kind of fortifying the whole body without being like overstimulating or just strengthening or trying to make the body do something. You're just kind of nudging the body to be a little bit more fortified. Yeah.
And that could be used as a tonic, or
yeah, or you could
more of
totally
a...
use it for the rest of your life. Yeah, very, very safe and gentle.
would-
It's strengthening to the
I
immune
would use
system.
the-
And what's that?
Go ahead.
She was asking if
For toning and stuff. So my question was, do I use that? Can I make it up as a tonic?
Yes.
Because
Yeah,
sometimes
body tonic.
liniments
Sure,
are
sure.
just too strong. Okay. Okay. And probably one of the few things that I don't have, but I can get that. So the time linalool. Okay. And then like the lymphatic is just kind of deal with it, right?
Well, whenever I look at lymphatic stuff, I always look at like balancing out or fortifying the vagus nerve. So lemongrass, anise, marjoram, something like that, because the lymphatic system can't work without that area being fortified. So I would fortify that, and then whatever kind of stuff you want to use on the body to move the lymph. Sometimes even just doing that will move the lymph, but you can also manually use like that lymphatic blend, chakra root cleanser, bay laurel, helichrysum, applied to the body, and it will make the lymph move. The time that you would be taking or using topically as well would also make the lymph move. So you're getting it there somewhat, but I would fortify the vagus nerve a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. So that's why what I'm getting from myself is that's why I'm sort of drawn to. I was just kind of drawn to my fennel the other day. It was like, oh well.
Yeah, fennel is it's not as fortifying to the vagus nerve, but it does calm down the accelerator nerve, which is the nerve that opposes it. So it goes about it in a different way, and that could be helpful. Yeah.
Okay. And then
I've been taking fennel every day for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and so the lemongrass is more for the lymphatic and is that correct?
It's for fortifying the vagus nerve, which stimulates lymphatic movement.
Okay. That was the piece of education that I wanted.
I think that's the piece. Yeah.
Okay. So fortifying that. Okay. So thank you very much, because this
You're
is
so
going to be a little bit of. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then we have some questions in chat.
Sure.
I have a lot of general joint pain and tight muscles. Is there a liniment or tonic that would help?
So like achy or just tight?
And you can type in or unmute yourself.
I would probably do the body tonic for the chakra root cleanser for that.
Okay.
It stimulates lymphatic movement. It increases flexibility in the joints. It energetically gets things moving. Like there's so many reasons why that could be good. That's a very good place to do just a bunch of general stuff that, it moves energy, it moves lymph, it increases flexibility. I think that's a good bet. Yeah.
Great. Is all that Greg is saying about the hip replacement, is that applicable to a knee replacement?
Yeah, very similar. Knees sometimes take a little bit more effort than a hip, just because the joint's a little odd, but because it's two joints stacked on top of each other. And so a lot of times you have to spend more time reducing inflammation in the knee replacement. And so still put helichrysum on the scar, but I tend to use like blue healer or yarrow or German chamomile applied to that area quite often, which will reduce inflammation, reduce pain, and will help to disperse some of the fluid that has accumulated in that joint. And then remember, always take some galbanum to keep the pain down. And we usually use black cumin as a way to reduce inflammation in the body.
What sages for calming due to overstimulation of brain and body?
Yeah, most of the sages are working, not so much clary sage, but like your regular sage, Australian, heritage sage, Dalmatian sage, sage triloba. If you want to be fancy, you can do Blue Mountain sage, but any of those sages are, you can tell I have a bunch of sages, and I have sages that I haven't even put out on the site, but I love me some sages. Like sage is one of those, it's actually considered a cure-all. When you don't know what's going on with the body, you can apply sage and it helps nudge the body to a place of healing. It's very fortifying. It's good for the adrenals. It's good for depression. It's good for overstimulated nerves. I mean, there's just a big long list that sage is good for.
Also, what is used as a carrier for a tonic? Water or
Alcohol, vodka, and or vodka with witch hazel. Like a body tonic is vodka and witch hazel, like 50-50.
using witch hazel as a base for liniment? Is witch hazel hydrosol okay?
No, hydrosol is all water, and so it wouldn't penetrate the same. Yeah, water is not, it penetrates, but it penetrates much slower. So that's more of an extraction where you want to use like hydrosols are a completely different ball of wax. Like they're not the same as essential oils. You know, they're the water that's used to steam distill something. So there's something there, but they don't quite have the potency of essential oils.
How much work on fiddling is needed to unclog a body tonic sprayer? Should I soak it in alcohol? Should I rinse it in hot water? Should I poke holes with needles? Should I blow it out? Should I go back to flip top bottles?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I think I tried soaking one in alcohol one time, and I don't even remember what happened, but that's why I just switched to the flip top. You know, I even bought like really super fancy spray bottles, and every time I had the same issue.
To make a body tonic, may I use blessed/holy water from the baptismal font or similar blessings? And what percentage of the whole would I put the holy water in? So
I would just put a few drops of the holy water in, but still the main carrier is the alcohol and or witch hazel.
great questions, guys. Great start to the day.
Yeah. So how about this? We'll take a little break and we'll come back. We're still going to talk about some liniments here real quick, and then we'll jump into ointments, the mechanisms behind ointments and all that.
What time do you want us to be back?
How about 10 after? Everybody, let's come on back. So let's just kind of finish talking about some of the liniments that we put forth. Again, this is not all the body tonics and liniments, but it's just kind of a reference. You know, like Tracy brought up the time linalool body tonic. We can add a few more. I wanted to make this like informative, but not overwhelming. You know what I mean? Like I was trying to walk a fine line, but anyway, at the top of page 4, emotions. And this is just like, you know, when you start to feel a little emotional, you feel a little agitated. Sometimes this is because of fatigue. Sometimes this is agitation in the body, the nerves. Sometimes it's actually even tied to allergies. Actually, for example, certain kinds of allergies will produce a type of like anger. It's usually things associated with sulfites, but anyway, a couple that are really good for just calming everything down. Spikenard and valerian, super good for just calming everything down. Tuberose, I don't know that that makes a great body tonic. I have used it as a body tonic, but given the price and what it does, it's a bit on the fancy side. But Blue Healer, emotional release, Gilead, pain relief psychogenic if it's a pain related issue, and then Paracelsus, all are super calming. Like if you're feeling emotional, you use any of those afterwards. My personal go-to, like if I'm feeling a little wound up about sometimes it's not about that there's a situation, but you just get a little wound up. You know what I mean? Like you're pushing, you're doing things, and you're just, you can't hit the brakes. And that Blue Healer, oh man, if I do that and inhale Paracelsus, it's beginning of vacation time because I am not going to be super active the next day. Like I am, I put some Paracelsus body tonic on. When was that? Like, I think it was last Thursday or whatever. And 2 people said to me, "Are you okay?" And I go, "Yeah." And then I go, "Why are you asking?" They go, "You just don't seem yourself. You're just kind of quiet and seem a bit introspective, introverted." And I was like, "No, I'm fine." Like I was feeling fine, but I was like, I was so relaxed that I wasn't talking, I wasn't chatting, I wasn't going back and forth and having conversations with people. People would tell me things, I'd be like, "That's nice. Yeah, that's very nice. Yes." And then I would just move on. They were like, "Are you okay?" Usually you would say more, and nope, I'm pretty chill. And so a lot of times lower emotions are a kind of agitation, and even agitation in the body will produce a lot of emotions. We're going to talk about that in the body mapping, where certain emotional tendencies a lot of times are stimulated in soft tissue. And you can go through and chart out, like if you're having this kind of issue, it's like it's tied more to your legs, it's tied more to your lower legs, it's tied more to your hips, it's tied more to your chest or your back or your neck. And we go through and we calm those things down, and all of a sudden you'll notice I don't have the emotional things that our mind and our emotions want to resolve something, like some sort of story, where for the body it's just agitation. Either it's agitated or not, and certain body parts will generate a different response in the body based on what it does, and if it's a weight-bearing area or not. It depends. But just to like blanket calm things down, those are super good choices. I use pain relief psychogenic even when I'm not in pain, just because it's so soothing. It makes my body feel good. It's relaxing. It's a great body tonic or a salt bath, like really good. So immunity, again, keep in mind, this is about a body tonic versus like inhalation or something like this. So these are just things that are really good as a body tonic. Eucalyptus, always good. Eucalyptus radiata, Ravensara, always super antiviral, strengthening the immune system. One of the most antibacterial oils there is bay laurel. I don't know that I talked about this, but you could say in a way, bay laurel is protective of your immune wise, like your viruses and bacteria, but he also being around people who are negative or maybe don't have the best intentions towards you. One of the things that you could wear would be bay laurel. I mean, there's other choices, but bay laurel actually does have a protective component to it. And the reason being that a lot of times when people are being negative towards you, we lose a little bit of our connection to the soul when we get entangled in it, and it's easy to get entangled in it. But bay laurel keeps the crown somewhat activated in those times. So it's like you kind of don't lose your faculties, so to speak. Like sometimes when we get engaged with somebody negative, we start to get pulled into their lower behavior, and we get into like an escalating thing back and forth. And bay laurel helps you to stay in your higher faculties, you could say. Spinal misalignments, we talked about marjoram. And before we move to ointments, anybody have anything else that they want to ask liniment wise or body tonic wise? And again, we can make anything into a body tonic. So if you don't see something on the site, just send us a, what do we call it? A special request or a personal request. I can make anything into a body tonic. I just don't bombard the system with everything, but anything really goes. Like, think of me as a short order cook during the week. I just make like little things for people. Sometimes they end up on the site, sometimes they don't, but we make a lot of specialty stuff for different people.
Yeah, go ahead, Ralph, and then we have some
Hey, Ralph.
questions.
Hey, Greg, on the, what's the difference between the body tonics and the roller balls? So like you have on the Color Healer roller ball kit, would that be the same as using it for body tonics?
Roller balls are being used more for inhalation, and then like spot treatments, like if you're putting it on a joint or a chakra,
Okay.
something like that. And so not quite the same. Like here, you're wanting the body tonic to go into the area and close to the bone, where the roller ball has actually a higher concentration of essential oils, but
Mhm.
it's almost like it's the energetic impact, but because the base is jojoba, it would behave a little bit more like an ointment versus a liniment.
Okay, great.
Yeah, like it would last in an area longer,
Mhm.
and so it would have an energetic component. And like if you rubbed it on an area, like just kind of colored it like with a crayon or something,
Mhm.
it would go into that area over a period of time.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Excellent. Thanks.
And then someone's asking, an oil body tonic best for antifungal to reach inside the body, not on the skin.
Put it on topically, but have it impact internally, or to take something internally? Because those are two different answers.
Impact internal.
Impact internal. Your best bet probably is tea tree. Just plain tea tree. One of the more antifungal things to use, you can apply it in a body tonic all over the body. I'd probably hit more like the abdomen and the torso and things, and then also the feet. But we can get fungal things on the skin everywhere, so anywhere. So I mean, you could hit it that way as well. Internally, there's different things. Tea tree can be used internal. Cinnamon and savory are usually the two go-to things for and tea tree for any sort of like candida or fungal overgrowths. If it's in the urinary tract, I usually do tea tree. Digestive issues, cinnamon or savory. Yeah.
And then I just want to remind, it was somebody reminded me, the body tonics internally.
No, they're just meant for topical, like just like for the toning effect. And so internal, I would just do a couple drops of something in water and drink that way. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay. So let's go to the top of page 5. And in a way, ointments are still topical, but like kind of the other side of the coin of what a body tonic or a liniment is. So an ointment is something that's in a fatty oil, like sesame oil or almond oil or coconut oil, you know, some sort of oil, fatty oil, almond oil. And what happens is, and I said this before, but I'm going to say it again, like you're putting essential oils in that. And, you know, one of the benefits of using like a liniment or a body tonic is we can also do extractions of herbs that are not essential oils that we can mix with the oils to augment treatment. And so I also will add like things like holy water, or like any body tonic I make has a concoction of holy water from usually 3 or 4 different sites up to maybe 5 or 6 different sites, depending on what I have. Like I'm a holy water geek. I like to collect holy water. And so I add a little bit of that to any of the body tonics. And you can do a lot of different kind of extractions that, you know, not everything produces an essential oil or is in an essential oil. So I can mix things in that way, right? And so the same goes for an ointment. You know, we use things that are either like soaked in the oil for a period of time, or what we call a maceration, where they kind of break things up, they put it in the oil, then they pull it out, they put more in, and then they pull it out, and then they put more in, and they keep doing this. And it's not an essential oil, but it's a way of getting something that is not an essential oil, just like the liniment, into the fatty oil. Not everything works in fatty oil the way it would in a liniment, because some's water-based, some is like more oil-based, so of the plant. So it would depend. But the essential oil and the fatty oil like mix, like, you know, when you shake the bottle up or you do whatever, the oils mix and you put it on an area, and the essential oil will go in relatively fast. The fatty oil goes at a much slower rate. So it's like, say you have tendonitis in your wrist. If you slap a liniment on there, it's going to go into the area, but then it's going to go up the arm, into the hand. It's not going to linger in that area for a while. Where when you're treating something like tendonitis or a pain syndrome, you're wanting a lot of the oil to keep going to that specific spot to treat that specific spot over a period of time. And so by mixing an essential oil with a fatty oil, it takes a while for that oil to separate and then go into that area of the body. So what happens over a period of time is you get a little bit of essential oil. 5 minutes goes by, a little bit more essential oil, another 5 minutes and more essential oil. You just keep getting little bits, and it just keeps going into that same spot. So when you're trying to do a spot treatment, ointments, or even the idea of roller balls that Ralph just brought up, that is a very good way to treat a very specific area. It's not going to spread out through the body. It's not going to go all the way to the bone. It's just going to go in that area, through the skin, into the connective tissue, into the muscle. It might get in and around the capsule, but what it's doing is it's stimulating functions in that area so that that part of the body is functioning better in that very specific area. Right? So these are very good for like arthritis, pain syndromes, tendonitis, even on the digestive tract, where you're trying to rehabilitate the digestive tract. Also good on the chest for respiratory issues. But anyway, so dull, achy pain, you know, most of these are A+ choices. You know, you can always do something different, but arnica is good for any sort of bruising. Basically, dull and achy means that the lymph is so stagnant that it's causing that part of the body to become achy. It's like I don't want to say that that part of the body is toxic, but a lot of times what happens is because of the lack of movement, like say my hand is a muscle, and this is relaxed and this is contracted, and this is relaxed and this is contracted. When something's achy, that muscle is going like this. Like it's not getting the full relaxation, it's not getting a full contraction. And it's just because that area is getting tight because of poor blood flow and like toxicity, lymphatic toxicity. And so the manifestation is like it feels achy. It's not sharp, it's not stabbing, it's just like I feel like blah, I feel achy. You know, in the extreme, I remember there was a chronic fatigue person that she said like most times she would feel like achy, but when it would get really bad, she'd go, I know this sounds really weird, but my skin hurts. And I was like, that's actually not weird at all. Because at first it's the tissue, the connective tissue, the muscle is lymphatically stagnant. But when she would complain of her skin hurting, the lymphatic movement in the skin was actually stagnant. So that means she is not detoxifying, you know, liver, kidney, spleen, lungs, none of that's detoxifying like it should. So you would do things to jumpstart the lymphatic movement. So an ointment is a good way to do a spot treatment, but what I would have her do is spot treatments on parts that were really hurting, and then a body tonic on the whole body just to jumpstart the skin and the overall detoxification process. Now, sharp pain tends to be more neurological. A nerve has either been compressed or impinged or entrapped. Impingement is like bone on bone where it's pushing on the nerve, and entrapment is where soft tissue is pressing on the nerve and is causing it to be excited and cause pain. And so any sort of mint is always good on these particular areas. Corn mint has the highest level of menthol, and menthol will help reduce the pain the most. Peppermint's a little bit more anti-inflammatory than the corn mint, so it still works really well for pain, but it has a little bit more of an antispasmodic and anti-inflammatory property to it. And spearmint is not quite as potent as peppermint and also not as cold. You know, peppermint will kind of feel warm and then kind of feel like a little chilly. Spearmint is not that. And you know, peppermint is actually like a hybrid from spearmint. So it has some of the same properties. It's just peppermint's a stronger version of it. And then the APR works really good. Pain relief neuropathic is a blend of different kinds of mints that have an antispasmodic property as well. So it deals with the neurological pain, and it also helps to stimulate proper function in the area and then reduce the spasms. Pain that's intensified by stress, you see some good choices here. Helichrysum is good. Pain relief, psychogenic, one of my personal favorites. Trigger point activity, you know, a good example of that is like, you know, the neck and shoulder where they meet, where you just go, God, that's just something feels a little off. Like sometimes we have gotten so backed up in our lymphatic function that it actually starts to cause neurological dysfunction. And that can mean that body processes are thrown off, or that the body will start radiating pain to different areas. Like a lot of what we call sinus pain is actually coming from these muscles in your neck, these two rope-like muscles, and it radiates pain up around the eye. It radiates pain into the inner ear, a little bit into the cheek, and it will throw off the inner ear. And the problem is actually here, but we feel it up in a different area. So there's this old kind of osteopathic like saying that we used to always have is, wherever we're feeling the pain, that's not where the problem's at. Like it's not where it hurts. It's like it's somewhere else. And so, you know, you don't need to figure it out. A lot of times putting something on that area is helpful, but you want to go a little bit past it. You want to treat a little bit more than just the exact spot, because it's usually coming from something else. right? And so arthritis, ointments are incredibly good for arthritis. Like if you had a choice of like, what should I do? Ointments are one of your best bets, you know, be it joint relief, arthrocare, you know, there's a bunch of single oils up here, but consistent treatment with arthritis is necessary. You know, it's a part of your body that's degenerating. And so slapping an ointment on an area, it can be a game changer. And I'm going to say my personal little experience. So when I think I was 22, like at the age of 22, I had already had 2 knee surgeries on each knee, and they weren't rips and tears that they were like overuse syndromes. So like tendons and sheaths were growing together, like the bursa sacs, which lubricate the tendons were crushed and not functional. And so, you know, I'd already had 2 surgeries, and the doctor said that, you know, in about 2 years, you're probably going to need another one, and you'll probably need another one by the time you're 30. And I'm like, I'm going to have like surgery every like 3 or 4 years. And he's like, it's not a good idea, but, you know, it's probably the way that it's going to be. And so I think I walked outside and I said, you know, clinically, this is BS. Like he was very good at what he did, but they didn't have something to offer me. You know, I was trying acupuncture, I was trying all kinds of things. And when I was having knee surgery, if I stood for 10 minutes, because of these tendons and sheaths that were growing together, if I stood for 10 minutes, like I would have to sit down, or like I would just like start having water come out of my eyes. I wasn't crying like, it was just like I'd be in so much pain that like my body, like my eyes would just start watering. And it was excruciating. And I was like, oh. Surgery's helped a little bit, but it's still, you know, it still needed a lot of help. And, you know, I let a year go by and I was just like, what am I going to do? And I started using ointments on my knees twice a day, like just twice a day. And it reduced the pain substantially. And I remember hitting my 30s, like 30, 31, somewhere in there. I remember having this aha moment where somebody said something to me about my knees. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I haven't had pain for a while, because it had been so ingrained in my everyday experience that like it was part of what it was to be awake. And little by little, I kept treating it, you know, ointments pretty much every day. You know, sometimes I would miss, but I kept putting the same kind of ointment on just day in, day out. And by the time I was 30, I didn't really have pain anymore. Like if I did something excessive, I would still feel it. But as time got by, it kept getting better and better and better and better. And so I ran into the surgeon that had done the second set of surgeries. And he goes, hey, you know, how'd your next surgery go? Did you do, you know, he was asking me basically, did I go see a different surgeon? And I go, no, I never had surgery. And he goes, wow, boy, I bet you're ready for surgery now. And I'm like, no, I'm actually quite good. And the look on his face was like, you know, like when you talk to a German Shepherd, they're like, huh? Huh? Like he was like, how could you do that? And he goes, well, are you on a lot of pain meds? I go, I'm not on any pain meds. And he was like, well, you could see him like trying to do the math, like, how did that happen? And I was like, I put these ointments on my knees like daily. And, you know, I did some other things, but the other things would kind of come and go. But the thing that I did all the time on my knees, I was putting it on daily. And over a period of time, it changed the nature of the knees. And even now, I don't even feel like I'm close to needing knee surgeries. Like I was supposed to have one like 25, 30 years ago. And I was like, nope, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it anymore. You know, Surgeries are good for some things, but that you have to keep having repetitive surgeries, that's just not good for the body. And so that's how well ointments can work if used consistently over a period of time. A lot of times we think, oh, it hurts, slap it on. That's good. But if you're really trying to change the nature of that area, keep treating it consistently, even if you're not feeling the pain, because you're trying to basically unwind what an injury, conditioning, degeneration, whatever it is, you're trying to unwind that. And ointments are a great way to do spot treatments in the body, right? So deposits. So the thing with deposits is they'll make the joint break down at a much faster rate, but they'll even get into like tendons and sheaths in the forearm. And if you see sometimes when people will have a trigger finger where the finger locks like this, like that, and they can't open it, that's basically deposits on the tendons up in the forearm, and they'll have to prop it open. And so these crystalline deposits or acids and things can deposit in tendons, sheath, and joints, right? And sometimes even just in soft tissue. And so by going through and treating this, it just helps flush this material out of the area. In that, the Arthrocare, it's a lot of lovage, but it also is a lot of Eucalyptus citrodora. And Eucalyptus citrodora has an anti-inflammatory effect, as well as the ability to flush deposits out of an area. So lovage and Eucalyptus citrodora work super well for that. The one place where you wouldn't think of this, but the one place where you can really get deposits like this is on the heels. Even if you have healthy joints everywhere else, a lot of the crystalline deposit kind of stuff, which is just like uric acids and things that just, these little deposits of like calcium and things, they'll settle in the feet, but mostly in the heel. And so you'll start to have a little bit of a painful heel, or you'll start to like not bear as much weight on that, and you'll feel like achy or sharp stabbing pain from time to time. And the little deposits like kind of poke into the tissue, and it will clear out some of the deposits. And even if the deposits has really turned into a calcium deposit on the bone itself, it helps to like unstick the soft tissue from the deposit, the calcium deposit on the joint. So if you have like spurs and things like this, it helps to manage the spurs. Right? So very good for that. Inflammation in certain areas, super good for, again, German chamomile and yarrow especially are good for dispersing the fluid that has accumulated. The perfect example is you see somebody with a knee that's either degenerating or post-surgery, that's always like a little bit puffy. The knee can puff up more than other areas of the body. The chamomiles on this, like German chamomile and yarrow, it reduces the inflammation and keeps dispersing some of that excess fluid, which makes the knee healthier. Helichrysum is anti-inflammatory, but it doesn't quite have the dispersing effect that the German chamomile and the yarrow do. Blue healer is a combination of yarrow, different kinds of yarrow, and German chamomile and dark blue tansy, like things that are dark blue, even blue cypress, which has an effect on accumulations. Like it's a combination of a whole bunch of things. Spasms, we're talking about tonics, body tonics hitting these particular areas, but say, you have an area like the back of your leg where it's just always in spasm, it's always contracted, or the old injury site. Putting an ointment there over a period of time will change the nature of that area. And sometimes the spasm it's overloaded, there's a muscle imbalance, there's something going on. But over a period of time, by consistently putting something on there, it will change the nature. By decreasing the spasm, it allows for more blood to go into the muscle, right? So if more blood's going into the muscle, you have a greater potential for that muscle to relax. Now, sometimes that spasm is because of neurological reasons, right? So a neurological component, again, still, if you get blood in there and the muscle starts to relax, a lot of times it relaxes the nerve, right? So there's kind of a 1-2 punch. You know, if you look at muscle relaxers, like pharmaceutical muscle relaxers, different ones do different things. Some do something to the nerve, some relax the muscle, which allows for more blood to go in. And so here are some variations on that. Yeah, and even with spasms, there's different kinds of spasms and things, but this is just keeping it simple. Respiratory issues, a lot of times you want to put an ointment up here. It's twofold. It kind of keeps going into the skeletal muscle and then impacting the respiratory muscles. And you're also getting the inhalation going up into the sinuses that is working the lungs and the bronchioles from the inside out. So putting a respiratory oil on the chest works topically and through inhalation because of where you're putting it. Yeah. Energy movement by putting ointments, or like Ralph was saying, a roller ball on the joints, for example, opens up the movement of energy. This is what I would say about this particular topic. Anywhere that there is pain or degeneration or some sort of health issue, there's a lack of energy flowing to that area. So this is one that could get worked into just about anything. And if you think about how we use like chocolate root cleanser for a lot of different things, it has a lot of mugwort and artemisia in it. So part of what it does is it stimulates physical movement of lymph, it increases flexibility, you know, it makes the body expel. But part of what it's doing is it's opening up the channels to the particular area to make something flow better to that particular area. Here, think of it like this, like if you have like a bad elbow, for example, if you look at the energy body, your energy body might be fine, but on that arm where the elbow is bad, that area is usually diminished. And so, you know, you can manually go through and energize it or put something that's strengthening and fortifying, but you want the flow of energy to go to that area to accelerate the healing. Think of the energy as the fuel for the body's processes. And if it doesn't have enough fuel, it just doesn't have enough to heal that condition the way that it should. And so if you look at acupuncture, they do this thing called moxibustion, where they have like a stick and they light it on fire and then they burn it like near the areas, right? So some of it is the heat, but also the moxibustion is basically mugwort, and it opens up the channel so that energy flows in that area, right? So the use of mugwort, artemisia, mugwort supreme, all of these are, when you apply it to an area, it opens up the flow of energy so that that area has a greater potential to heal. So this could be used and integrated in just about anything. Just energy healing to stimulate movement, to have a cleansing effect, to fortify, to energize, to strengthen, poplar balsam, and then several of the healers, blue healer, green healer, they all have their properties, and chocolate root cleanser, all of these kind of have an impact. Circulation, ointments are good for increasing circulation into the area, going back to arthritis, or just to an area that's compromised. And some good choices here. Black pepper is a very good circulation stimulant. It doesn't impact the, you know, going back to a question earlier. I think it was Ralph, like what's the difference between camphor and something else? Black pepper is very good for stimulating circulation into a particular area, but it doesn't treat the physical heart the way camphor does. So camphor is good for circulation, but it's very good for the physical heart. And, you know, you could even do combinations of it, but here we're just going straightforward. Pepper Supreme is a blend of several different kinds of pepper. And so, yeah. Scars, the helichrysum by itself or the scarmend, it's one of the best things for what you would call a fascial lesion, which is the scar. It's not just the cut, it's the connective tissue underneath is in a spasm, and helichrysum is amazing. Scarmend is a bunch of helichrysum with a couple other things to augment, but either way, it's a solid choice. Tired, achy feet. Spikenard and Valerian vetiver works really good, but Taget's is like the go-to thing for your feet. It's kind of heavy, like spikenard, you know, as far as the scent and the smell, but it is incredibly good for the feet. And in Europe, they use Taget's to treat a wide range of foot-oriented disorders: bunion, sore heel, you know, little areas where things are achy, tired, achy feet, like heavy, you know, heavy, like if you feel like your feet is lacking like padding, you know, the bottoms of your feet start getting really sensitive. That's actually a part of a syndrome, but still it's very soothing to that. And so I'd say the top choice out of all of this is Taget's. Soothing foot rub is Taget's with a few other things mixed in with it, but either way, solid choice. And then let's go ahead and open it up to questions.
You can unmute yourself. You can type in questions, guys. Again, ointment related.
Yeah, or at least ointment-ish
Yeah.
related, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
I have a question that I've thought about for a long time.
Mhm.
And that is, when you give us choices, you give us, you know, a lot of single oils and a few of the blends. And sometimes I have all of those things. So I'm kind of in a quandary. And my question is a single oil, if you have it, better, or is the blend better?
The blends are usually a little bit stronger. Like, so when I when I'm listing something here, these are all like A choices. So there's not really like, yeah, there's a A choice and a C choice. Like I usually don't add the B's and C's unless we're trying to troubleshoot. So I'm giving you a bunch of choices. So if you don't have one, you can choose another. And
Okay.
so they're all solid choices. But if you had everything, I'd go with the blends.
And is a Supreme better than just a regular?
A
The reg-
Supreme is like, say, hyssop. Hyssop Supreme is the same oil, so it's a single oil, but with hyssops from a wide range of areas. So Spain, Bulgaria, Croatia, you know, all these different areas, and then they're all blended together. So you're getting more of a wide spectrum. So I would say it's the potency of a blend, because usually a Supreme is about 3 times stronger, 3 to 4 times stronger than just the single oil, because it's grown in several different environments. And
Okay.
so it's usually more potent, but you know, here we're just trying to provide you with good A choices to do some of these things. So if you had anything, you could go like, well, there's a lot of choices, but this one's my favorite. Like I like the smell of that. Yeah, lean into that one.
Okay, I assumed the Supreme was stronger, but I just thought I would
Yeah.
add it.
It's usually about 3 or 4 times. Every once in a while, it's even more, but most times it's about 3 or 4 times stronger.
Good. All right. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Kathy, then Peggy.
Hey, Kathy.
Okay, so I pulled out all my box of oils as I'm listening, and I bags of stuff that don't fit my boxes. So the two that pulled me that I've never used, and I opened jasmine ointment.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Just love the smell, and I don't know what to do with it, except I was really drawn to it. So
So
that's my
like
question.
you could just dab it on a little bit of places, but we did that in one of the classes where we were rubbing it on the feet.
That's where I got
And
the oil as one of the classes. So
yeah, and it's very soothing, it's very fortifying. And it also is one that it can pull you out of flight or reduce the stress response. Like it's I find jasmine very interesting because I think like over the last couple months, like we'd be talking about something in a situation, and I would mention Bugs Bunny. And I was like, you just gotta Bugs Bunny the situation. I actually talk about it sometimes in work when I'm consulting. I was like, you gotta Bugs Bunny that situation. And if you think about it, like when we are having a difficult situation or a pattern in our life, but I don't know about you guys, but for me, I can get very serious about it. Like you're like, this is gonna stop. This is what do I got to do to make it go away? And that's not going to make it go away or better, right? And so the idea of the Bugs Bunny thing is like you're in a pattern, and instead of just doing your normal responses, our first thing is like, well, I'm not going to do it. That usually doesn't work as well. Like, because you just end up doing the same thing, but in a different way. The Bugs Bunny thing is you almost get a little bit playful with the pattern. You're like, well, I got to figure this pattern out. I got to know what it is. And I'm going to stop taking it so serious. And that's what I call, Bugs Bunnying the situation. Is you just like, okay, I got to deal with this. Like you almost approach something that could be upsetting or difficult in a way that's a little bit more lighthearted or playful. And it helps you to kind of like walk away or play your way out of whatever the situation is. And, like, for example, there was a situation not too long ago where I was consulting for this one company, and they had some people who wanted to buy a product from them, and it wasn't a physical product, it was some services. And these people had a little bit of a reputation of taking advantage and then not paying and whatever. And they said, can you evaluate, or is this going to be a good situation for us or not a good situation? I was like, I say we do it and we Bugs Bunny them. And they were like, excuse me. And I was like, Bugs Bunny them, like engage them. But as soon as they start playing their stuff, they have the reputation of doing this. They know that people are going to respond a certain way. We're going to come up with way different answers, and we're going to handle them in a very different way that's almost playful. And you'll get a little bit of business out of it. You might turn it into a regular situation, you might not, but you never know. At least you'll take a swing at it. And they kind of pulled the thing that they usually do, what their reputation was. And we just started putting different things in play, and then they kind of pulled it together and behaved themselves for a little while, and then they pulled it together and behaved themselves in a little while. And right now they're in last time I checked with them, they're behaving even more than what they were doing before. But it's also probably a temporary situation. They're going to come back and do their little thing again. But every time, instead of being offended or like, I'm not going to do business with you, like this company has already made a bunch of money off the situation because they handled them differently. Like they handled it in a way that was almost like kind of playful. Like, well, okay, if you're gonna do this, well, instead of just being reactive, I'm gonna do something different. Like I'm gonna step out of the box. I'm gonna do something spontaneous. And every time I would have them do something more spontaneous rather than you do this and then I do that, and then you do this and then I do that. And they have done business with this group for a while, where most people only last a couple months. And you know, it helps us to get along in situations in ways that we wouldn't normally be able to do it, because we'd be upset, we'd be offended, we'd be hurt, we'd be fixated, we'd be stressed, we'd be whatever. And it just, Jasmine always makes you like a little playful. Like, okay, well, if this is how we're going to do it, like, okay, let's see how this plays out. You know, it's almost like you're playing a board game. And I had people put that on the feet because it, one of the great places to treat the stress response is the feet. And then to make it not so much that we're going to change the stress response, but like temper it, you know, because there's times where you should get stressed out. Like you should be, it's an important situation. You should, you know, have an elevated level of awareness in that situation that might come as stress. But then there's times where you just gotta walk away from that dance, or you know, play your way out of that dance. And Jasmine is amazing for that. And so it's not so much for the topical thing where you're going to put it on a joint for arthritis or something, but putting it on your feet, it takes you out of like an intensity or a you know, the best way I can explain it for myself is like when it's either going to be this or that. With Jasmine, you're going to go, I'm going to get it to this. I don't know how I'm going to get it there, but I'm going to play my way until I get it there. You know, where a lot of times we'll draw a line in the sand. If this person doesn't do this, I'm not doing business. And like one of the key people in that situation, that's the way they were. They were like, I'm drawing a line in the sand. If they don't do this, we're done. And I was like, what if you leave, you know, $30,000 on the table? That person said, like, I think I'm okay with that. And I go, should we ask the CFO if he's okay with that? And then everybody got quiet, and I go, CFO, are you okay with that? They were like, no. And so it's not that you necessarily step out of the box. You're just more playful, not as serious when things come up. Like it's, for me, like when I use Jasmine, I always feel like I'm keeping it in perspective. I don't know for other people, but for me, it's like I can make this way more serious than it needs to be, and I need to be a little bit more playful with it. And if you think about in some of like the Chinese and Japanese teas, like the green tea, there's green tea with jasmine in it. And you know, it helps you with your day, but you get a little bit of that whiff of jasmine as you're drinking it, and it just kind of softens things a little bit. Like it just makes the day a little softer. And so that's what I would use the jasmine for. One of the best places to put it, you know, of course, like up on the neck or on the chest so you can smell it, but putting it on your feet, you can just feel like there's like a tension that goes away when you use that.
You know, first of all, I can use that so much because, you know, with this pain and everything else, I make everything too serious.
Yeah, pain is a great way to get fixated, like because it's like, I have to resolve this. This sucks. This hurts. It's making me modify my life. I don't feel good. I'm constantly thinking about it. That's a perfect example.
So just a couple times a day, just put it on my feet. Just
to probably just like at night when you're going to bed, or if you want to start the day, like it just once a day usually will do it.
You know, one I go back to, and I don't even know why, but spikenard magnesium was an ointment I got at one class or something. At night, sometimes I'll put that on my feet, thinking it might help me sleep or something.
Kind of the same idea, not so much the playful thing, but just soothing and calming the stress response.
Yeah, I'm drawn to that. Now, another thing I was almost going to order, because I've been watching the links and I've been putting stuff in my, the box, is the Paracelsus. Am I saying that right? Well, I have this and I've never used it, and you mentioned it earlier. I put a star by it. So how will I use this?
I'd crank that bottle open tonight when you lay down and go, oh, I'm gonna inhale it, and you know, maybe have a old shirt on, because like if you're laying down, a lot of times I fall asleep and empty the bottle out on my shirt. So either do it sideways or whatever, but you know, it's deeply relaxing. It's calming that accelerator nerve that is opposite the vagus nerve. And so, you know, Paracelsus is the, you know, it was a person way back in the day, and they were the first person to make a liniment. And like this formula is very close to what one of the plants has gone away and is not in existence anymore, but it's very close to that old liniment. And they would just use it as a, like a general, like healing liniment. And like whatever kind of ailed the person, they would just slap this on. And it's because it puts the body in a relaxed state. It puts the body in a rest and repair mode. It calms down that accelerator nerve. It is soothing to the nervous system. It's just soothing to a lot of the processes in the body, and it just helps you to go into deeper levels of relaxation. And so, like, I try to do it when I'm laying in bed, because if I lay on the couch and do it, I'll end up sleeping a couple hours on the couch. Like, it just knocks me out.
So instead of marjoram, I think you'd said marjoram at night, but this might even be better or the same, or.
Marjoram is usually for just general stuff, but if you're really needing to step up your sleep game, I would go, Paracelsus would be one of the things I would use.
Yeah, no, I was drawn to it when you were talking about it, and I find it in all my stuff. I'm going, okay, yay, what other goodies?
Yeah.
Two more questions.
It's nice. Like, you could take a salt bath with it. You could make it a, you know, a little body tonic, but just inhaling it will do it.
No, I was drawn to it for sure. Now, you mentioned I do have one trigger finger, and I missed what you said to put on the wrist, I think, to release.
So lovage, Eucalyptus citrodora, or arthric hair, but on, like, you can do it on the hand and where the finger is, but also you need to treat the forearm, like the
whole forearm
part of your forearm.
Okay.
Like, you really, like, I would say even get in and rub it with your thumb, like put it on, rub it in, and then rub with your thumb, because it's the tendon and sheath up there is getting stuck, and then it's manifesting as the finger.
Well, I'll tell you, if that gets cured, I'll be like so much more committed, because I go off and on. But Arthur Care is probably the best, and I know I have that. So
yeah, in fact, I can show you exactly where the trigger finger is to rub on. Give me
okay,
just a
because
second.
it's the middle, it's the you know, middle finger here. The one that
it's the ring finger,
Middle,
or
it's
no, it's
it's the middle finger.
yeah, the one you want to say, okay, fuck you. Maybe that's why it keeps it down, so I can't do that. No, I don't still do that, but but it's forever. I ask people, like, even my cranial person, or person that does body work, I don't know, there's nothing I can do about it, and I'm not going to get surgery or anything. So that really perked my interest.
So on the middle finger, it's more the outside. You know how I said treat here?
Yeah. So
On the middle finger, you have to treat. Give me a second, we're going to post it.
okay, that'd be great, because I'll tell you, that will just seal the deal here with me having some results. And I've had some results, but I've come and gone about my consistency. I can even convince all my friends that are at me that won't listen to me sometimes.
You and me both. Okay, so there's the picture.
And give me a
Okay.
sec, guys.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question, which is going to be way off the charts here. In looking for the pain and because of reset promises and stuff, I've been working a bit with plant medicine.
Mhm.
And I'm going on a journey in about a week and a half. So I'm
Mhm.
wondering if there's some oil that I might add to that would deepen my experience for just, insight and growth and neuronal changes in my brain or whatever, happens.
I would probably inhale mugwort or allostasis before you did that.
Oh, thank you. I can just copy this on the chat, right? This
Yeah,
picture.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually going to share the whole picture though, in chat. I'll do a download for you
Okay,
guys.
very good.
I
So
just wanted you to also see that.
Oh, no, perfect. Thank you so much. Now, it's not that first finger, it's the middle one, right? The
Yeah,
second.
there's several, like there's a
Okay.
spot for each finger. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Good, because this is, it doesn't bother me or hurt, but it gets caught and then I have to straighten it, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the plant journey, just inhale mugwort,
Yeah, mugwort or artemisia.
artemisia. Okay,
Mhm.
Now I splurged one time because I was so impressed with all your talk about poplar balsam.
Mhm.
And I don't use that. I have it here, and every once in a while I'll just inhale it
Use the poplar after you're done.
after I'm done with the plant
Mhm.
journey.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm
You're
gonna
so welcome.
tomorrow I have to work, so I can't be here. I'll look forward to the recording. So I'm asking a lot of questions now. Sorry.
No, that's great. Yeah, good. Let us know how that works for you.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Peggy, then Margot.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi there.
Hey.
I put the question in the chat, but I just wanted to say hey to everybody and wave. You just got me intrigued by what was the ointment you put on your knee every day and every night, and all of a sudden the
Oh, it was
pain
joint relief. Yeah, it's just, it was nothing fancy. It was joint relief.
in the ointment.
Yeah, in the ointment. Yeah.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Yeah. Actually, I would put joint relief, and then every like 3 or 4 days I would rotate and use chakra root cleanser. But I just rotated back and forth between those two, heavier on the joint relief.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a game changer. Yeah, every once in a while I put some terebinth on the knee and the back of the leg, but for the most part it was just daily use of the joint relief.
Okay, because I'm still getting that twinge when I walk down the stairs, just on my right knee, and only when I walk down the stairs.
Yeah, that's usually the medial. That's not so much the knee. Like you could still treat that. It's that medial quadricep that's like right above the knee, but like at a 45. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I showed you where it's at. Like keep treating that spot. For that, I would probably use terebinth more than anything, but the joint relief would work. But terebinth would be very good for that spot.
What
It's
about
just that's developed a trigger point, and it makes the knee a little bit unstable.
if I don't have
Makes the knee unstable, and it puts a little bit of excess pressure on the anterior cruciate ligament, the ACL. And so, yeah, it's a way to keep the integrity of that ligament and stabilize the knee.
if I don't have terebinth, would margarine do, or
Yeah, marjoram could work. Yeah, but just do it daily. Yeah, like every day, even not just when it hurts or it feels unstable, but treat it like just every day, just kind of consistently.
once or twice, or just
Once would be good. If you're doing it consistent, once a day is pretty good, pretty solid.
okay?
You do multiple times a day when you're a little bit more in crisis, or you're wanting to do a little bit more deeper maintenance, but once a day is usually pretty solid.
Yeah, it's no crisis. It's just like, it's just
Just a little, like you said, a twinge.
yeah.
Just keep treating it. Yeah.
All right. And how do you spell terebinth, just in case I get
TEREBINTH.
Oh, I wouldn't have gotten it. Okay. All right, thank you. Good to
You're
see
so
you.
welcome.
Wonderful.
And then go ahead, Margot, then Robert.
Hey, Margot.
Hi. So now that we're talking about ointments, I'm wondering if the knee situation that we were talking about, I'm wondering if an ointment would be better than a liniment for it.
Remind me which one we were talking about.
Well, it's soft, it's not bone at all. It's soft outside of the knee, and it's really, it's painful when I bend it. It's not.
Oh, I would probably do a little bit of both. Like I would put the liniment on and then follow it up with the
ointment.
The ointment, yeah. I think I was telling you to put pepper like on the back of the leg. Is that
You
the
said
one?
marjoram or wintergreen or APR.
On the back? Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
So the reason why the APR or the wintergreen is marjoram's very good for spasms. Wintergreen is very good for an area that has very chronic tensed up spasms. Like, so marjoram's very good. Like you get a cramp in your leg, you put a little bit of marjoram on, boom, it's gone. But sometimes we have these areas where because of postural things or a joint that's compromised or, who knows why, an injury, an old injury, the wintergreen is very good for unwinding those really deep-seated spasms that have been there for a very long period of time. So wintergreen is very good, and APR has a decent amount of wintergreen in it, as well as has a little bit of clove, and the clove helps with like an inflamed nerve. Not inflammation like how we see swelling, but like when the nerve's inflamed. And then it has a little bit of galbanum. It does have a little bit of marjoram in it. Or wait, it's wintergreen. Oh, it has helichrysum. So helichrysum would move the blood and the lymph and open up the fascia a little bit. And so it's a good way just to kind of like open up that area.
Would you recommend
for you? It could go either way. You could use a liniment or you could use an ointment on either one. Like that one could go either way. Yeah.
And would you recommend APR over wintergreen or vice versa?
I would probably do APR. Yeah,
Okay.
if you were having to like get something, get the APR.
Okay, great.
Yeah. We had like, so I just want to share like an experience. It was in class, so I don't think she'll care that I'm talking about this. Not that it's some big private thing, but there was a lady in the class last weekend when we were in Sarasota. And, she's there because the guy that she's dating brought her, right? She wasn't like, oh, I want to hear about essential oils. So she was being a very nice participant, but like it was all a little bit new and odd to her. And so, she's doing it and she's not really saying anything, and she's doing it and she's not saying anything, and she's looking relaxed, but she's not really saying anything. And then you could see she had a little bit of a weird look on her face, and they were having a conversation, and then he came up and told me that she had this like neck like spot that was like tension and pain in her neck, and she said it was always there, and it's been there for more than 2 decades. And we were doing the thing in that class where we were inhaling the APR, but I had put it in a little roller ball. And I said, like, if you have a spot, just roll it on the area. I made the joke, like, how like you're 5 and you're coloring and you're not really paying attention to the lines, just color all over there. And go to your spot and do that. And so she was doing that. And she said, that was the first time in 20 years that pain went away. And she was like, is it temporary? And I was like, I don't know, you have to treat it. Sometimes it takes a bit to unwind it. And she just did it that one time. And by the time we left, so that was kind of early on Saturday. When we left on Sunday, she still hadn't treated it again. And that tension and pain had gone away. And it's because there's spasms, there's a fascial lesion, there's a nerve that's inflamed, all these things we kind of treated with one thing. and it unwound the muscle and fascial pattern is what the goal is for that blend. And not necessarily like something where you go, this is a great pain reliever, but like sometimes the pain is because of a tension or a spasm in an area. So it's to open that up so that you can posturally go back to something that's not stressing that joint or increasing the range of motion or whatever it is. And that's what we need to do for your hamstrings, like that lower hamstring. And so it could be a roller ball, it could be an ointment, it could be a liniment, but you just got to get it there consistently. It might be a little too strong to put on neat. So that's why any of the applications will work.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Robert, then Sarah.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. I had one question on page 7 in the section energy healing. Should Gold Healer be in there?
Yeah, I could. Yes, it should be there.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't put it there. I don't have a good reason.
I only caught it because I saw Gold Healer in the list.
Yeah. No, that would be perfect. Yeah. Like these notes are like good suggestions, but like I didn't go through like the whole list of things. I just was working off my notes. I was like, yeah, these are all good things. But like, as I sit here and look, there's a couple other things that like I've already could be like, I could add this or that or whatever, but Gold Healer, I didn't even catch.
Thanks.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Sarah, then Dorothy.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Greg. I've been having pain in the right side of my neck when I wake up, to the point where it's hard to move my neck much to the right.
And the pain is on the right or it's on the left?
Yeah, the pain is on the right. And when I try and turn
So
my head.
that spot is like if you go to like the back of your skull right here and then would follow it down to the shoulder blade.
Okay.
Like, so there's like this little rope that goes from there down to the top corner of the shoulder blade. That's your culprit. And anytime where you're having to do things like, say you're looking at a book in bed and you're doing like this, that would do it. Or cold air blowing on your neck, like say you work under vent at work, it would actually aggravate that quite substantially. So make sure that like if you're reading, you kind of don't do this, or you're not under a bunch of cold air. A little like breeze is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like constant like blowing on that area. But with that, you could use probably terebinth. You could use the APR. You could try marjoram. Marjoram might unwind that, but sometimes that's developed a trigger point and you might need to go terebinth, or you could do terebinth just neat on that. Or you could do an ointment.
Okay.
If you did the APR, I'd do an ointment on that particular one. Sometimes you can do a liniment that you would want to do an ointment on.
Okay.
But do it consistently, because like that that kind of spot. The other thing that could aggravate it is being on a mouse a lot, like being on the computer or mouse, especially holding your hand in like a fixed position for a long period of time. So if you are on the mouse, just like every 15 minutes, just try to like, stretch it out just to try to prevent. It's not going to fix it, but you don't want to make it worse. And then put that APR or terebinth on the area, and it should reduce it quite a bit.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I say reduce it. It should resolve it, but definitely would probably reduce it quite a bit.
Okay, thanks.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, and then we have some questions in chat.
Hey, Dorothy. Hey.
Hi. I have a friend who takes your classes and has been for years and years. and we actually went to Birmingham together. I live in Huntsville. Anyway, she said she uses spikenard. I think she said lotion on her feet every night to help her go to sleep or stay asleep, get deep sleep, I guess, or says she sleeps like a baby. I don't know. And I was looking at this tired, achy feet thing. It's got a soothing foot rub. And you said it's got Tagates in it.
Right.
And is that also for sleeping as well?
It's not necessarily for sleeping, but I would say this, like it's relaxing and soothing to the feet. And, you know, there's a couple of spots on your body that if you relax that area, it will relax the whole body, your feet being one of them, your head, your hands, and your gut. If you relax those, you'll kind of conk out. And so I would probably do, if it's for sleep, I would do more like the spikenard on the feet. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I'd like to know what's in that soothing foot rub.
Spikenard, helichrysum. No, not spikenard, I'm sorry. Tagates, helichrysum, and Litsea cubeba.
I hope they're writing that down in the chat.
Yeah.
That gold healer, is there significance of the gold? I mean, why is it gold?
It helps, so any of the colored healers helps the body produce that kind of prana. And so it would help the body produce gold prana, which is physicalized spiritual energy. So it helps the spiritual energy physicalize into gold.
Okay. All right, I guess that's it for now. Thank you.
And we had some questions in chat as well.
Yeah,
what's in arthrocare?
It's lovage, eucalyptus citrodora, bay laurel, birch tar, nutmeg, arbor vitae, camphor, and opopanox. Yeah, a lot of that is just to flush out the deposits in the joint. Like you can see, it's like flushing, but the bay laurel is even to open up the lymph nodes to help facilitate like a deeper level of detox on that area.
Is there an oil blend that's good for clearing out stagnation or congestion in the basic/perineum/sex?
Just the lower centers. And you're wanting it to do it without inhaling on the area. You're just wanting to put it on and.
Any application really?
Going through chakra root cleanser, if you put and inhale on those areas is super good. The perineum, you know, we weren't going to talk about it until the body mapping class, but we can talk about it now. So the perineum, just for everybody, or the perineum, bottom of the floor of the pelvis, however you want to talk about it, it's basically the area between the sex organ and the anus, like the bottom floor of the pelvis. And the issue there is that you have the spiritual cord comes down, and then through the body, it's the central channel. And then it comes out the floor of the pelvis and goes down into the earth as the earth cord. And trying to say this in a way that hey, you know how we talk about like the body, the emotions in the mind might not be stressed out, but your body sometimes has accumulated stress, or it can go into a stressed out state. Like your emotions and your mind are connected more to the higher soul. Your body is connected more to the earth. And so what happens is, it's not just that the body goes into like a stressed out state, is that the body with a little bit of agitation will attract energy from the earth that puts it in a stress state, if that makes sense. And part of how it does that is through the perineum, where, I don't know, for the ones that joined us like about a month and a half ago, when we were doing our our Wednesday night practice, and we were dealing with like lemongrass or sage or marjoram, and we were doing the back heart and the basic, and then we were putting our awareness on our feet and even below our feet. We're trying to re-educate the nervous system that stress should be going down into the earth rather than pulling stress up into the body from the earth. Right. And so most times, without a person really being super aware of it, part of the stress that they're feeling is from other people, but it's also whatever you think or feel, you start attracting the energy from the environment, from the earth, and you start sucking it up through your feet. So just to put chakra root cleanser, your awareness on the perineum can be helpful. It's also the reason why putting things on your feet, like we've been talking about jasmine and spikenard, is, your feet are in direct contact with the earth. And so that's why it has such a big impact on calming the stress response. And it's also the dirtiest part of the aura, because it's the lowest, and it's mixing with the earth prana. And so like if you treat your feet, you can actually rapidly kind of clean up your energy body somewhat. And so to clean the perineum and to shift that the energy goes down, like, if you can train your body will discharge the stress into the earth, and the earth will just, recycle it, right? But what happens is it's like it's moving up. And so the way to re-educate that is you go back and forth between hyssop and then helichrysum. And you inhale with a little bit of hyssop on the perineum, and then you do helichrysum, and then you do hyssop, and then you do helichrysum, and you do hyssop, and you do helichrysum. And then you could stop with that. But part of like the re-education process is you then follow it, like you go back and forth a bunch of times, and then you follow it with some myrrh. And myrrh has a physicalizing effect on spiritual energy, right? So you're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you're basically going from the hyssop is fortifying the rest and repair mode of your nervous system. It's basically affecting the form, right? And then you're doing the helichrysum. It's actually having a bit of an impact on that accelerator nerve, or the sympathetic nervous system, which is the activity, right? And so you're kind of going from rest, activity, rest, activity, rest, activity. And so what you're doing is you're relaxing each side of the nervous system to a higher degree, and you're fortifying them to a greater degree. And like what we talked about in the class last week, how we talk about the play of yin and yang, form and essence, that manifests in your body, in your nervous system, as rest and repair is form, fight flight is activity or essence. And so how those two interact dictates what you attract from the environment. Like if you're attracting stress energy, it's because this is an agitated state. If you calm it down, instead of attracting it, you're discharging it. So you're literally kind of re-educating the involuntary part of your nervous system so that your emotions and mind can be a bigger influence on that part of your nervous system than the body or the environment. If that makes sense. And so by going through and doing this on the perineum, will take a bunch of tension out of your legs. Like it'll take tension out of your pelvis. It would take it out of your legs. And it's very relaxing, but just doing it once isn't enough. You would have to do it kind of consistently. And we're going to do it within like a program of unwinding the body, the tension in the body, and the little lower motion triggers that comes from all our soft tissue, because part of that is like it's getting overstimulated from the earth prana that's been pulled up from when we go through our situations. Like it's what we would call conditioning, but conditioning we just think of as experiences, but your body experienced it in very different ways and has physicalized it in different ways. And so we're unwinding the body, which dramatically changes the emotions, and like it's very soothing to the emotions and to their mind. And I mean, there's esoteric reasons why to do it as well, but that opens up a whole nother can of worms. And so if you really wanted to do it, like do a chakra root cleanser on the sex and basic, and clean up the arms and legs, you could just use chakra root cleanser on the arms and legs as well. But if you really want to clean up that perineum, alternate between hyssop and helichrysum. Your awareness is just on your perineum and just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it will relax different areas of your body depending on the person. A lot of it will relax your legs and your hips.
Would the information for trigger finger work for Dupuytren's contractures? So you did the other kind of contracture, and this one is for sorry, I don't know how to say these. Dupuytren.
Dupuytren's.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what's the cause of that?
It's a genetic thing that dyslora, that has caused one of my fingers, actually two, to start contracting.
And is there any tremors or shaking or anything with that?
No.
No, does it seem more neurological or?
They say it's something is kind of wrapping around the tendon and pulling the tendon in.
You know what I would probably use? Try that nerve help. It's been in a couple of classes. I'm sure you probably have, even if it's just a little bit.
Sure.
I would try a little bit on that. That I think I would go to that first.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, would pine work like terebinth?
It doesn't quite work. I mean, terebinth is pine wood versus the needle. They do some slightly different things. Sometimes they overlap, sometimes they don't. If we're talking about, what were we talking about?
I I think it was Peggy Bonefeld with her terebinth for her
Oh,
knee.
terebinth would be better. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't have it, you could use pine, but terebinth is a better choice.
You might have to clarify this one. It was written blue healer wear, but I don't know when. I mean, it looks like it was referred to when you're talking about.
When I was probably talking about emotions, put it on your back or your abdomen, a little bit on your legs, your neck, call it good. Yeah.
What is a good place to apply Gold Healer Body Tonic? Does it help with physical healing? Is it good for spiritual connection?
Yes and yes. It depends on what you're trying to treat, but you know, with the healers, they help the body produce more. So you're not just putting something on a particular area, you're helping the body produce more of that kind of energy or that kind of prana. Gold Healer would be very good about regulating and balancing things, calming down agitation over a period of time. Yeah. Like it would regulate energy centers. It would, you know, if they need to be more activated, they would be more activated. If they need to be inhibited, they can be inhibited. It does, you know, because it's physicalized spiritual energy. So it's helping to produce an energy with consciousness in the body that's of the soul. So it just helps to regulate things.
Back in the day, some spiritual protocols and healing tools had you tighten up the perineum while doing them. Any thoughts?
Any thoughts about?
Still a good idea. I mean, it was it had such a specific use. We can just kind of put it to the side, or
I would put
that's
it to
another.
the side. The
Okay.
issue with doing that, it can be a little bit overactivating to the lower centers, and yeah.
And it can really feel like you're trying
Not
to
to get too graphic, but like if there's any sort of venereal kind of bacterias or things that maybe a person didn't have the condition, but there was a little bit of the virus or bacteria on the area, it would activate it, even if it was a past infection and there are some cells left. So that's why it's dropped out of a lot of practices, is it's too stimulating with not enough cleansing.
Oh, well, that makes perfect sense. It always kind of felt like trying to pat your head and rub your tummy at the same time. But anyway, okay, thank you, sir.
I did have one more from the body tonic questions. Will tea tree body tonic irritate the skin?
Not been my experience, but you know, tea tree is one of those ones that you can put it on neat, but sometimes people might find a little bit sensitizing. But the whole idea of putting it in body tonic is to evenly disperse it and to dilute it, and so it should be pretty okay.
Great questions again, guys.
So how about we'll break for lunch, and we'll come back at 2:15. Everybody, let's come on back. Before we move on, did anybody have any questions or experiences or anything that you'd like to address before we move on to sprays? You can unmute yourself or type in.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Got a question for you on once I make up this liniment or this tonic or this ointment, what's your opinion of storing it in a glass container versus having a plastic container?
It would depend on the kind of plastic. You know, you have to use special kinds of plastic that don't break down with the essential oils.
Okay. So if we can do it, we're better off putting it in a glass.
Yeah, glass is the best choice.
Okay.
But there's also issues of, like, you know, amber is the best, you know, because like light can impact it, where through some of the plastics, it might not impact it as much. But the bigger thing is fluctuations and temperature. Like
Okay.
if it goes from real hot to real cold, that's probably the hardest thing on the oils.
Okay. But if we're keeping it in like a closed drawer on the bottom,
Yeah, you're
where
fine.
in the house that's going to be
Yeah,
particularly
it's totally
where
fine.
I am, that's
Yeah.
going to be the most stable temperature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Thanks.
you're so welcome. Anybody
And
else?
let me see if anybody else typed in. anything. I think that's it for now.
Okay, so now we're going to go to sprays. And so sprays are a way to use essential oils, both for its aromatic impact, to get it on like the skin or the clothes, but also in energetic aspect. You know, we can use it to kind of energize the body a little bit, but more than anything, help move like old, used, stale, stagnant energy, dirty energy, stress energy, things of that nature. Like it can help energy to move and flow. And so, you know, the example that I would use is like immune support. You can inhale it, you could put it on, you could do topical, but actually even a good application is just to spray it down like the face and the chest a little bit. And it would have actually a big impact on immunity. There's the energetic component, but because it hits the skin and the clothes, you'd inhale it for a little while. And it is a very strong way to pump up your immunity, especially when you're out in public. And so, you know, way back in the day, during one of the plagues, you know, you hear those stories about the thieves blend. And, you know, there's the different thieves blends that float around now. They are not the old formula. It's the story, but they're just using oils for immunity. That formula is still on file in that place in Europe where it was utilized. And not a lot of the plants in that blend are in essential oil form. And so the thing that they would do is they would just take a little bit of it, rub it on their hands, and just rub it on their face and their chest, right? And then they would go into houses where there was the plague and they didn't catch anything. And so the idea is if you get it on your face and your chest, you're impacting the respiratory tract, you're impacting where bacteria and viruses might enter the respiratory tract. And so it diminishes that. You're inhaling the oils at that time. And there's also the energetic component. And sprays are a good way to do it and not be messy, not get your clothes all messed up like with an ointment. You know, liniments are drying, but it's just a way to do a little stress management or immunity management, however you want to say that, on the go. And so here you can see there's the immunity blend, and there's some choices there. Energy hygiene, again, some choices here. Here, you know, we do like a Palo Santo spray, a little bit more cleansing. Poplar is balancing, cleansing, energizing, increases spiritual energy coming in. So it has like a little bit of a flushing effect. Rose, incredibly soothing. The etheric cord blend for cleaning up cords on the go. And remember that ironbark, eucalyptus, and etheric cords are more about cleansing the cords rather than cutting the cords. When we come to cutting the cords, rue works really super good. And the reason why rue works good for cutting the cords, where like if you had any background energy, you would cut the cord by, you know, kind of doing a motion, right? And cutting the cords. But the rue impacts the nervous system in such a way where if you can reach that place, cords almost like stop being an issue. Like you just, you know, even if a cord forms, it just kind of falls away. It's tied to the accelerator nerve that we're going to be doing with the body mapping session next month. But basically, that's what we're talking about. And so, rapid cleanse of the aura, again, just going through and spraying down. Poplar is really super good for that. Rose is super good for that. Disengaging situations. It doesn't always necessarily have to be a negative thing, but like say you're in a conversation or a meeting and then you got to go into another conversation. Our minds, the way that they are, our energy bodies, a lot of times we go into that next meeting and we still work in that past meeting into the thing that's happening right here because, it's our experience. We're still got a little bit of a connection to it. But sometimes you really need to like sever the situation and walk into a different kind of situation and not have them overlap or have worlds collide. And so that is what this disengaging a situation is. Say you have a tough meeting with, I don't know, could be in business, could be your doctor, could be whatever, and you just need to be able to let it go and move on with your day. Again, that's what this would be for. Situations where you're absorbing negativity. Hyssop, Solomon's hyssop, chakra root cleanser. It's one of the things they really shine at doing. So it could be absorbing the negativity of people. And it also could be absorbing the negativity, like if you go into an environment where there's a lot of stress or, a situation that's just a real low vibration place. Yeah. I think one time somebody scheduled me to do a meditation little intro in a bar. And I was like, probably not the best choice to do this. Like the vibration is, nothing wrong with being in a bar, but for meditation, not a good situation. And so, if you wanted to clean that space up, you would, burn a lot of hyssop or spray a lot of hyssop, something of that nature. Think of it like this, like when you're having an interaction with people and you're like, oh, like I feel like I'm being drained. I feel like this, some of the chords, but some of it is the back and forth between the energy body. And the thing with hyssop, it slows the back and forth between your bodies. It's not your emotions, it's not your mind, but their body is pushing against whatever energy is coming from your body pushes back. And so there starts to be this like kind of escalating thing between the two bodies because they're trying to thrive in their environment, and the body left to its own devices isn't always doing what's best for you. It's doing what's best for what it thinks is good for the body. And so hyssop really is calming to that. Anytime where there's negativity bouncing between people, hyssop works really super well, like really super well. Chakra root cleanser, Solomon's hyssop, even a little bit stronger. So using hyssop a lot. I'll tell you one place where I use hyssop a lot: when I travel. It's good for the breath. It's good for reducing the absorbing of negativity. Has a little bit of effect if somebody's projecting some sort of negativity towards you. That's a little bit of a psychic attack-y kind of thing. Has an impact on the respiratory tract. It has an impact on the immune system. Kind of a lot happening there with one oil. Very cleansing. It's a very cleansing oil. So stress. Again, keep in mind, this is just for sprays, not necessarily stress across the board. And remember, the relaxation spray is good for releasing stress. Stress ease is more about prevention. And the de-stress is like disengaging from stressful patterns and the need to kind of stick yourself in stressful situations. And then emotions. Melissa's good. Poplar is a solid, poplar and rose are solid for a lot of different things. So if you just had like one or two sprays that you're like, I'm going to do a lot with this one spray, poplar is solid, rose is solid. Chocolate root cleanser is pretty solid. I remember one time I was teaching this, I was teaching a class. Why, where was that? I want to say it was in Louisville or Louisville. I corrected myself for those people from Louisville. It was an energy / healing class. And, you know, afterwards, people had some stuff coming up and everything. And I was sitting up in front of class and I had a bottle of chocolate root cleanser, you know, in a spray. And I was spraying myself down and people came up and they were like, I had a little emotion coming up. And I was like, okay, close your eyes. And then the next one would come up because my shoulder hurts. I was like, okay, which shoulder? And I was like, what's the next one? Like, and just everybody had a different thing. And they were like, how did you have all those different sprays? I was like, chocolate root cleanser. Man, I covered a whole wide range of things, just sat there and just directed it wherever it needed to go. And it produced quite a nice result. So let's go ahead and open up Q&A. Whatever you'd like, unmute yourself or type in.
Do your sprays have holy water?
Yeah. Body tonics and sprays all have holy water. Anything that has alcohol that I make has holy water in it. Like if I can work holy water into something, I work holy water into something.
And go ahead, Robert, then Ralph.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, Robert.
Did you miss the section on meditation, or did I miss you talking about it?
Oh, I probably didn't or did. Yeah, you have, again, poplar balsam, rose, pretty solid, chocolate root cleanser. You know, chocolate root cleanser is, it does all the things that we talk about, but it's actually very activating to the upper centers. And there used to be a group that meditated. I can't remember where they're at. But that's what they would do, is they would get together and they would put chocolate root cleanser on their crown and their forehead, and they would do their meditation, and they would say, they would just totally blast off with it. And so you don't really think of chocolate root cleanser as being something of that realm, but very good for meditation and things. You know, it really makes things move so that you can have expansion. And then poplar is always good for before and after, and rose good for before and after. Rose is a little bit more activating to the heart than the poplar is.
It's not that I dislike CRC, but something about assemblage point. Is that you have it listed here? Which is it better than CRC?
Well, I would say assemblage point is very interesting for this. You know, assemblage point is basically, different traditions will talk about this in a different way, but the term assemblage point is a shamanic term. And it's basically the makeup of your physiology, your emotions, your mind, your energy body, and even the energy that you've attracted or connected to from the environment. And when I say the environment, more the earth than anything. And an assemblage point basically allows you to shift to a greater degree. And so if I was to put that in different words, we're always kind of playing with essence and form. You know, it is divine intelligence. It is the creative process. It produces all phenomenon in the universe. And so even when we're talking about fight, flight, and rest and repair is the form aspect, and fight, flight is the essence aspect, you know, the activity aspect. And so when you look at assemblage point, it basically is making the form a little more flexible. And the form is your physiology. So your form can still be processes. It's not just like, you know, like the hand, it's your physiological processes. And in that, it can be defense mechanisms, it can be, you know, resistances, you know, because the form wants repetition without variation. The soul wants spontaneity without repetition. So you're kind of dealing with these two different aspects. And so when you're meditating, you're having this expansive awareness where you're experiencing that spontaneous essence. It is literally a way of saying expansion. But your level of expansion directly corresponds to how flexible or inflexible your form is, your body, your physiology. And then how much of that gets integrated also depends on the flexibility. So assemblage point is actually very good for before and after meditation. Like one of the things that I play with sometimes on myself, just to pump light into the body and like integrate it and then use it to flesh out for healing is I use the blend mana. You could use Keterit, but mana is basically an anointing oil. And so mana or Keterit or, some of those variations, they bring in a tremendous amount of light, but, some of it mixes with the body and then it kind of dissipates and goes away. When you work with the mana and then you inhale the assemblage point, you make more of the light go into the body, which can refine the form. In refining the form is what we would call healing. Like, so it would accelerate healing in a particular area depending on where you directed it. And so it could be physical, could be psychological, could just be even like a spiritual connection. And so by utilizing assemblage point, how like sometimes we'd go, oh, it'd be great to have like a travel kit. Like I always think of like, it'd be nice to also have an inner world travel kit, where you're, healing, meditating, whatever. And definitely one of the oils would be assemblage point. Like, I mean, you could really do it with a handful of oils. Assemblage point is definitely one of them. For psychological healing, for physical healing, because even the body will get locked into a repetition. So even when you try to heal a condition, the body will resist because it's in repetition. Like it's like, nope, we're going to do this over and over again. If you look at even cancer is a bit of a repetitive thing. Like it creates the cancer and then just starts duplicating itself. It just starts in this repetition. And so meditation, healing, shifting, prosperity, materialization, working with angels, I really can't come up with one area where I go, I really wouldn't work it there. I mean, I work it everywhere. Like, even writing the book for human design, like when we were talking about it, I mean, one of the very first things Robin said is like, assemblage point's going to be part of the book. I don't know if she said it quite like that, but we were both on the same page with that one. It's like, yeah, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it with assemblage point, because it helps you to shift out of patterns. It helps you to shift out of repetition. And not that repetition is bad, but not being able to step out of it is bad. Like, there's times where repetition can be good, but you get into like a bad shoulder or something, and you can't break out of the pain pattern and the movement pattern. Part of it is your body doesn't want to make that shift because then it has to adjust a bunch of other things. So it tries to hold it into that place. I mean, if you think about like what we're talking about, like when a hip or a knee gets injured and how the muscles splint around that joint, if it's been there long enough and you start to unwind it, part of it is the body has to get used to that being loose again, because it's been so used to that it's compensated in a lot of different ways, posturally, movement wise. And so you go to start to unwind it, and your body will resist that change. So that's why you have to keep doing it over and over again, is so that the body can integrate that shift. And so I find that assemblage point accelerates that process. Be it that it's an expansion of awareness or expansion within the body or expansion through healing a particular area, it's it makes the form in whatever expression that is more likely to shift, more likely to integrate a higher type of essence or a higher type of light. You know, you were saying that you use it a lot for doing healing. I mean,
Yeah,
I would be right there with you.
I use it with just about every single client.
Yeah.
So it's,
you know, the funny thing about it, like, you know, chakra root cleanser I've made for like probably 30 years. Assemblage point, not quite that long, but I've used it for a lot, but I never named it. Like I always just had like you know, I'd write little weird different names on it. A lot of times it just had my name on it. But I've used it for a very long time. I just didn't put it out to the public. I don't know, just because sometimes the circles that I was in, they didn't have the term assemblage point. So I didn't want to rock the boat. So I just didn't mention it. But yeah.
it sounds pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's whole shamanic practices that are based on just the ability to shift the assemblage point. Yeah. You could say, in a way, even practices of sustained awareness are tied to trying to open up the potential to shift what we would call the assemblage point. You know, it's just a point of perception. And so what happens sometimes is we get used to just seeing the same thing over and over again. We really don't see outside that perception. And it's just like tweaking the radio dial, where you'll come back to that perception. But just like when you expand in meditation, you're expanding out of your perception, and then you come back and you go, yeah, it feels a little different. My thought processes, my perceptions are a little bit different. And you start to shift it a little bit, right? Assemblage point almost allows for that to happen to a greater degree. And if you're trying to heal something, you're wanting to break out of a repetitive pattern. Whatever it is, you're trying to break out of a repetitive pattern. And so assemblage point just makes sense.
So the form's trying to hold us in a pattern.
The form is all about condensation. Like the form is always trying to establish a pattern of repetition and then maintain it. And then the soul, the essence is essence, it's spontaneity, it's expansion. And so we have the play of form and essence, higher nature, lower nature, inner world, outer world, you know, however you want to look at it. Yeah.
So assemblage point is almost like helping to rebalance form and essence.
Yes.
In a very temporary,
it's like it makes it engage the process. Where like when we're in a real repetitive state, you're not really, you know, you're stagnant. You're not really growing, evolving, healing, spiritualizing, any of those things.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You know how I was talking like about sage, how like it's kind of a cure-all. You could call assemblage point kind of a mystical cure-all. Like it helps the it helps divine intelligence in its process. Like it keeps us from getting fixated so that we resist the divine intelligence or the creative process. Because really, you know, you could look at a spiritual practice a lot of different ways, but some of it is just being in your life and being present and, might be raising a family. I know several guys that, and one guy in particular, like if you watch him in motion, you're like, that is somebody's disciple. And you go up and you have a spiritual practice and he'll go, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. But he pursues truth like very few people I've ever seen. Like he's just, man, that's his thing. And he's a scientist, so it makes sense. But like when you watch him do his thing, the amount of light that comes in is just staggering. But you go up and talk to him, he goes, nope, not spiritual. Let's go have a beer and a hot dog or something like that. Like he is not into anything spiritual at all. But he is. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to look like he has to have a mala on and chanting mantras while wearing patchouli and you know what I mean? He doesn't
He's
have to
not
be
the
that kind of guy.
He's not the hippie type.
No, not at all. And even when I was doing some of the corporate work, some of the CEOs or presidents were very spiritual people, but again, it was doing business like ethically and with high morals and always trying to do the right thing, think strategically, being responsible for their actions. That was their manifestation of a spiritual practice. But if you said, are you doing this for spiritual reasons? They'd go, no, it's just good business. It's like, this is how you do good business. This is how you do good business for your life, not for right now. Like you think big picture. And, they're using different words, but if you look at them, their practice is doing something. They're using a different approach. They're in a different circle, and they're surrounded a lot of times by wolves, people trying to scam and take advantage of people and hurt people, and they still try to take the moral higher ground. It's really can be quite amazing sometimes.
It's almost like they have a different modality, but they don't know it.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it by talking to them. But if you just sit and watch them, you're like, and then you start scanning their spiritual cord and some of the centers, and some of those guys are pretty connected.
Okay, well, thank you.
I the guy that I know that pursues truth, like I said, like the light around him is staggering. It's interesting to watch him because he has a hard time with his body, you could say. And a lot of spiritual energy coming in. One of the things that is hardest on the body when there's a lot of spiritual energy coming in is like pork, catfish, eel, red meat. It doesn't mean you have to go without, but you have to reduce it, because like when the spiritual energy hits the energy of the meat in your body, it accelerates the aging process. And whenever I see him, he just looks beat up all the time. And he loves like pork. He loves like all the things you shouldn't do. He just loves it. And like, he's always like, he would have a bear for breakfast if nobody was around. Not to get drunk, but just because, it just tastes good and that's what you do. And, he's a European guy. And so, they grew up differently with like having a beer or a glass of wine or something than we did in the US. And so many times when I would see him at lunchtime, he's having a beer. Nothing crazy, but he's having a beer.
Yeah, it wasn't about getting drunk. It was just enjoying life.
No, in fact, I've never seen him drunk. Not that I hang out with him all the time, but I've seen him have a beer or a glass of wine or something. Never saw him drunk. Never even saw him like a little bit, loose or whatever. Like he just was normal. But he'd have his beer too, and that would be that. Yeah, but the spiritual energy, and I mean, he eats almost just all meat, and it's hard on his body, really super hard on his body. At one point I even said to him, like, maybe maybe be not vegetarian, but a little bit vegetarian. And he looked at me like I was a freak. Like, why would I do that? I was like, do what you want. None of my business, but
You did not have a bottle of assemblage point handy for him to
No.
breathe.
no,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Rob.
Assemblage point. Seeing as how I only have the little 1 ml bottle that we got with the Metatron kit. Mostly inhale.
Yeah, you can inhale that. I mean, I wear it topically sometimes, but a lot of times I'm just inhaling it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Every once in a while I'll feel sassy and take a salt bath in that, but that can be a little intense. I would say just inhaling it most times.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I looked for Mana oil on the website and didn't see it. Is Mana a special mix that you want to do for yourself?
No, it's
Robert posted it.
yeah, it's on there somewhere.
Okay. All right. I'll go look again.
Yeah, and maybe Robert post assemblage point too. People are asking.
Yeah. And if I remember right, it was also in that Metatron class.
Okay.
Yeah, it was one of the little, like there was a series of 4, and I think it was that Mana, Monk's Anointing Oil, and the Apostle Yehola's Balm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
Is it fair to say assemblage point helps you make a shift in areas that don't have much light?
Yes, that's a great way of putting it. Instead of me talking for 5 minutes, I should have just said, whoever that is, could you tell me what that is? That's exactly it. That's it in a nutshell. You nailed it. Yeah.
And we're happy to get to all the questions. Let's kind of keep it more spray specific just at the moment. That's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Is there other questions for previous stuff? Or?
It's more of like general application question.
Let's hit spray stuff and then we'll shift. Then I'll inhale my assemblage point and we'll go to general questions. I'm working on my essential oil stand-up comedy.
Oh, good. Yeah, go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi, how are you?
Hey.
I'm trying not to forget my question. I have 2 other sprays that if you mention them, I missed it. And that is blossoming lotus.
Oh, yeah. So blossoming lotus, very good for meditation, very good to spray on before sleep. Yeah.
Okay, and then one from a really fun class last summer was abramelin. I'm not saying that right.
Abramelin, I can't believe I didn't put that one. Yeah, so abramelin, going back to anointing oils, is actually a very old anointing oil in the Jewish tradition. And it's kind of filtered its way through various traditions. But basically, it helps to physicalize light, especially like in the environment. Like you're kind of physicalizing light, not so much in the person, but in the elements and the nature spirits and the things in the environment. And so like before they would do a ceremony, they would burn abramelin like around the tabernacle, around the altar. If you had items that you were going to use, you would burn the abramelin or spray abramelin on the area to physicalize light into the items. And so you can use that for prosperity. I mean, you could still spray it down yourself, but it's also good to spray in the environment because it's almost like beyond cleansing. You're physicalizing light, and light is going to clean things up. Light is going to pass through the the item. Like this is like an old bell that's like maybe, I don't know, about 250 years old or so. And so the bell itself, the form, there's a lot of light that has anchored to the form. But if you were to clairvoyantly look, there's probably 2 or 3 times the amount of light that passes through the bell. So then when you go to start doing your ceremony and you're doing your thing, it's not just the light of the item, but it's like a streaming of light that comes in because you're using the item. If that makes sense. And so when you're using like a healing wand, or, a crystal, or you have a jewelry or a necklace, or a mala, or your meditation space, or you're getting ready to do some sort of materialization process, you kind of spray that in the area, and let's just say it gets the creative juices flowing, and that was the whole thing within the incense. Like, we burn every morning, we burn 2 or 3 sticks of abramelin outside to physicalize light in the nature spirits around the house, to anchor, spiritual and prosperity energy, whatever it is, good vibes to the house, if that makes sense.
So can I ask you a question about?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm living in a house that has a lot of negative things happen, and it's new construction. And I have realized from doing healings on the house and having people come here, sound healings, all sorts of things, people feel the negativity. And the feedback I got was that it was the land is very powerful and didn't want the house here. And somehow or another, I need to bring the two together. So
it's not built on like an old dump site or anything like that. It's just the land. Like you feel the land is off.
I don't know. It's really weird because I'm living in a villa and share a wall with another unit, the mirror image of mine. And you can actually see the plants die almost exactly where the wall is. Like everything is significantly different just on this small little plot of land.
Yeah, I would burn the abramelin in the environment, because a lot of times that has to do with the nature spirits in the area.
So I started burning it, and it took me a little while living here where I got organized enough to find the incense and start the practice. I had been burning other things to clear, like camphor and all first. And prior to burning it, I mean, like immediately the birds stopped coming to my lanai. And I thought, well, what's going on? So that's really part of my question is like, does it, because I didn't burn enough of it to clear, and there's something like partially cleared? Because I was having birds and animals, like they'd be nowhere. I live on a lake. They'd be nowhere except for in front of my lanai. And now they don't, they'll sit a good distance away from me and I can see them from afar.
Did you say there was like a lot of building and stuff going on?
All around me is construction. So that's what's baffling to me, though, is that why just mine? People will have a few things wrong. That's just normal with construction, but the list is nonstop every day for me.
Of your place.
Yes.
Yeah. Hard to say there.
Same builder.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes when you need to establish like the environment can be a little chaotic. I mean, we usually don't talk about this like with the stuff that we talk about here, but like in ceremony, this is something that, you know, you're getting ready to do a sweat lodge or you're getting ready to do something. These are the kinds of things that you look at. And sometimes with all the building, you can try burning or just, I don't know, walk out and just drop a bunch of lemongrass in the area. I mean, I think we do have lemongrass incense, we just don't put it on the site. Yeah, we made a big batch of it.
Do we not have it on? I'll check.
Yeah, it doesn't really smell like lemongrass when you burn it, it just smells like wood. So I think we didn't put it on there. And so that's one thing that you could do, but I would say let's have you maybe do this. Like go to the store and get like a little pouch of tobacco, like loose tobacco. And hold the tobacco and like look at the tobacco and ask for the nature spirits to be blessed with divine love and divine mercy. And then go and stick it like by, I don't know, a group of plants, you know, somewhere in your yard. But you could like stick it in the plants, but just like scrape the dirt so that you put it underneath the dirt a little bit and just like kind of cover it. And it's not so much about that the tobacco needs to be buried, but the tobacco is a very good way to transmit prayer. And it's a very good way to communicate with nature spirits. And so say the prayer, bury it in the dirt. And it doesn't have to be a massive amount. It can just be a little small pouch, and you could just take a piece of it every day and like maybe do the prayer a few days in a row and then just keep burying it in the dirt. And let's see if that resolves it.
I love this. It feels really
like
good.
When I traveled with the medicine man, mind you, I was a city boy when I was traveling with him. And you know, first he was telling me, you got to ask the plant before you pick it. And I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Like, I'm a city boy. Like, you want me to talk to the plant? Really? And I was like, what am I getting myself into? And then I would sit there and I'd be still and I'd start going, okay, plant, is it okay if I pick you? And then I'd be quiet and I would get an answer. And I was like, wait, what? Did I just make that up on my head? And then the next wave was that you need to make an offering to the plant. And if you didn't have tobacco, the thing would be to spit, like, you know, like give something of yourself. So you would kind of build up mucus in your mouth and spit, and then put it in the dirt like that. And you say a prayer, divine love, divine mercy, because nature spirits cannot experience that on their own. And so part of the thing with burning abramelin is you're trying to physicalize that for the nature spirits. You're helping them to grow and evolve. Like anything that is alive, and I would even say rocks and stones would fall into that area. You know, it's a very slow motion, but they have a motion. Like there is an evolutionary thing happening. There's an essence to it. There's a divine intelligence. And so you're trying to direct not the energy from ourselves. It's a different kind of energy, but you're trying to direct divine intelligence into that area. And tobacco is a really good way to do it. Tobacco is a really good way to do it. And so, mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
No, I am kind of done. I'm just going to repeat myself.
Well, I was going to ask, going back to the abramelin,
Mhm.
after I have this offering and this prayer to bring in divine light and mercy, and I'm imagining I'm doing this all around the perimeter on a regular basis, and it feels like there's a shift in energy. Would you start back with the abramelin?
Yeah, totally.
So any insight just from my own like learning, like it sounds like I intuitively was accurate that there was something that needed to be moved first before I could ask for
It's hard to say. It's hard to say what happened to the area. Like I remember, I don't usually talk about this kind of stuff very often, but anything that is in evolution has like a kind of connection to divine intelligence. And so just like you would heal a person, you can heal things in an area. And like there was this one place where they were just having a lot of odd things happening. And, I went and looked at the area, like, you do the feng shui thing. Was there a battle here? Was there a bunch of, was it a burial ground? Like all the things, was it built on a waste site? You look at all the things, everything looked fine. Like, didn't look like anything had happened to a person and everything. And, as I sat there and looked, I was like, the nature spirits look very cranky. And so I asked them, was there any weird like incident that happened on the land? They're like, no. And, I asked them a bunch of questions and then no, every question I asked. So I was like, I don't know what it is. And then we were talking about something. I had kind of given up on the questions and they started making reference to a time where they cleared some of the trees around the fence line. And I was like, tell me more about this. And basically they just went and hacked down a bunch of trees. And then where the trees were like laying, they just piled them up and poured a bunch of gasoline on it and burned them. Which is like something like a rancher or farmer guy would do. You know what I mean?
What happened?
And I was like, that's probably it. It wasn't that they were just like taken down, but it's taken down and then the gasoline and it sounds silly, but it was an area that hadn't been touched by building very much before. And so we did the tobacco thing, and I think I had them plant like a fruit tree in the area, and I blessed the fruit tree. All the stuff stopped. All of it stopped. Like the animals were acting weird because if I remember right, they had horses. All the horses were acting weird. They were bucking and like getting into fights, and one kept trying to jump the fence. And as soon as I did that, all of it stopped. Like it's like a light switch got flipped. So sometimes you're not going to figure out what it is. You just start putting remedies in place and see what happens.
Yeah, but
That's a very indigenous thing to do. Like modern people, we don't think that way, but there is a kind of communication that happens with nature that we're really not that aware of. And so when you kind of tap into it, you can kind of feel like areas that feel good, areas that feel bad. And it could have just been like how they cleared that particular part of land, or how, who knows what it was. So you just start making friends with the nature spirits.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, see how that treats you and see how that goes.
Friends with the nature spirit class. I want to take that class.
Yeah,
Can you
very
use,
interesting. Yeah,
can you use cigarette tobacco? I
yeah.
haven't bought tobacco before.
Yeah, I mean, it's cheaper just to go buy a little pouch of just the cheap tobacco, but you can do whatever. I think when we were on the reservation, we were always buying American Spirit. But it was just because that was the only thing at the store. We had to drive 30 miles to go to a store, and that's all they had. So it was either that or a pack of cigarettes. So, like the Native Americans, they'll make prayer ties where you pray over the tobacco and then you put in a piece of cloth and tie a string around it and you do like a chain. Looks like kind of a mala, but with these little pouches. And yeah, that's what you put your prayers in. And then you burn them. Yeah.
Is it good to diffuse watermelon?
Yeah, you can diffuse it. The most efficient way for at the door is incense, but you can diffuse it in a room, especially before meditation, healing. I would say even before the family gets together, like say it's Thanksgiving, I'd diffuse it just so the event is blessed. It's like anytime you're trying to physicalize a blessing. They say King David burned it in his tent 24/7, like just burned it constantly.
Go ahead, Jeannie.
Hey, Jeannie.
Regine, did you mean to unmute yourself? Feel free to ask away if you did. Greg, did he mention a good spray for clearing spaces?
A camphor is a really good one. Palo Santo, poplar actually works quite well, but it's a bit more expensive. And so like if you're looking for a bargain way to do it, camphor or Palo Santo. Hyssop actually would work as well. You know what hyssop's really good for? Hyssop and Solomon's hyssop is cleaning your money. Like, when you get dollar bills and things, you could spray it and, it's got a lot of negative thought forms, elementals, whatever you want to call it. And when you pass the money on, because you're the one passing, this gets very esoteric, but the cleaner it is, the more that when you pay something with it, it's like it generates a good karma, right? But sometimes if you're paying something and you have good intentions, but the money has a lot of negative stuff to it, it diminishes the tendency. Now, credit cards you don't have to worry about, but money, back when we were with Master Cho and he was in the body, we didn't talk about it in class, but behind the scenes, we used to clean money, and I used to be with him and have to sit and wait while he cleaned his money. Like he would sit and clean his money like nobody's business. And, it was one of those things too, where I was like, oh, I don't know about this. And I did some experiments and there's something to it. But, these days we pay a lot by credit card, so it's really not an issue anymore. But if you wanted to clean money, hyssop or Solomon's hyssop would be the way to do it.
Where to spray assemblage point?
I would just spray down the front of your body. Yeah. Like start at the head and work all your way down to the sixth chakra area.
Someone was just, if anyone wants to buy tobacco, someone just let them know. American Spirit Gold or turquoise is actually organic and the rest are just less chemicals. So
Yeah, I don't know enough about it. Yeah.
I think we're good on sprays. I
Okay.
think the question I get from people that no one asked, but like, how do you spray? Like each thing, like, is there a different way to spray if I'm spraying?
Okay,
for-
that's a great, can we grab a
Yeah,
spray or
yeah.
something? So that's a good point. So let's do a little demonstration on spray. Okay. So one way is like, somebody just asked like how to do assemblage point. You just kind of start up high and go down, just. Now, say you are trying to clean a particular area, say, okay, I have a little bit of a shoulder. You could spray in the area, right? But here's the thing, like when you really want to go deep with a spray, you can spray in and then spray out, like in and then out. And what that does is it breaks up the dirty energy. And then when you spray out, it makes the energy move out of the area. So even going back to the shoulder, you can spray, but they spray in, spray out, right? There's another way to spray. Like if we're going to get super technical, we might as well. We're talking about sprays. So you would spray from left to right, top to bottom, and then right in the center. And just that act of this in the center, it brings down the three different kinds of spiritual energy in a way that's very soothing. Like if you did it in a different sequence, it would be very cleansing, not always comfortable, but just the act itself of that left to right, top to bottom, and then center brings a very soothing kind of spiritual energy. So you can go. And then, now, if you wanted to do it for yourself, you would go left to right. So you go. Rocking the Gilead spray.
One of my faves.
Yeah.
Did you put Gilead, what it's for?
Probably emotions. Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's in there because it's my fave.
Yeah, it's in emotions.
Okay.
Yeah, there were some other questions. Let's go ahead and jump on that. We're doing good on time.
Okay. Let me real quick. Oh man, it smells so good in here too with the sprays. I'm a spray fan. I'm finding it. Okay.
Okay, so I'm thinking of sprays. One more application is from time to time, spray down your bed. If you go into a hotel room, spray the bed, but spray the bed. When you're sleeping, you're expelling a lot of stuff out of your emotional, mental body. So from time to time, doesn't have to be every day, but like maybe once or twice a week, just spray down your bed with like, I don't know, whatever oil you're using, just something that's cleansing.
Okay, so no specific, just any.
I would use hyssop, I would use lavender, I would use poplar, I would use rose. Gilead would be good. In the old days, I used to just use lavender. It's soothing, it's cleansing, helps you sleep. Spray your pillow down, and while you're sleeping, you're inhaling a little lavender. Hyssop is probably my second go-to from the old days. I don't do it quite as much anymore, but I used to do it every night.
Solomon's hyssop work.
Oh yeah.
Question, is a spray or a diffuser better for cleaning space?
Both work pretty good. Kind of the quick fix is a spray, just because the alcohol has a bit of a cleansing effect. Alcohol is actually very cleansing. You can clean, energetically clean items. You can, even in certain practices, they'll clean the altar with, spraying it down with alcohol. And diffuser would work, but it takes a bit longer. You know, the spray works very quickly. Like when I used to feng shui houses, I used to get a big spray bottle, and I would use either hyssop or chocolate root cleanser, and I'd put it on the where it would mist it, and I would just go room to room, and I'd spray the carpets, I'd spray the walls, I'd spray, because you're trying to clean the energetic pattern and break the pattern, establish a new pattern. Just like in the body, houses can have like an energetic pattern, and sprays are really good for that. So is incense. So I've told this story once before, but I'm going to tell it again just to show like this is what can happen. So one time it was when I was living in California, and somebody brought me up to feng shui this house, and it was beautiful. It sat on a lake, and it had some feng shui issues. One was it had a big tree in front of the door, and it had issues. And so, it's a couple that's living there, like an older couple, and they had kids, but the kids were gone, and it's kind of a bigger house. And so I'm walking around, and I'm looking at directions, and I'm looking at just the flow through the house, and so I'm going through and I'm assessing like what directions are impacting the house and how can we make some modifications. And in that, I'm asking the person just some questions. And I noticed that there was 2 bedrooms. And I said to the woman, you guys, is there a guest or like what's happening here? And she goes, no. And I go, you guys sleep in 2 different bedrooms? And she goes, yeah. And I go, is he a snorer? And she goes, no. I go, are you a snorer? And she goes, no. I'm like, any reason why that happened? You guys not getting along? Or because feng shui, if it's done properly, can really shift even the dynamics of people. And so if there's an issue, like I need to kind of know about it. And she's like, no, there's no problem. And I was like, how come you guys are sleeping in separate bedrooms? Like, is the bed not big enough? And she goes, no. I go, well, what happened? And she goes, I don't know. One night we were watching a movie and it was time to go to bed. And I got up and went to the bedroom, and he got up and just went to the other bedroom, and we've never talked about it. That's just what happened. And I was kind of quiet for a little bit. I was like, that's odd, right? And she was like, I don't know. It seemed normal to us. And I was like, you guys have never had a conversation about it. And she said, no. I go, how long has it been going on? It was years, right? So I was like, okay, that's kind of odd. I must have said odd like 5 times. And then she goes, now that you mention it, the people that we bought the house from, they were doing the same thing. And I go, so the people that lived here, it was only the 2 of them, and they each slept in separate bedrooms. And she goes, yeah. And I go, did they get a divorce? And she goes, no. I go, were they happily married? She goes, yeah. I go, do you think they're still married? And she goes, yeah. Like, And then she goes, now that you mention it, the people that they bought the house from, they mentioned it, that they also slept in separate bedrooms, the same bedrooms. And they used to fight all the time. And they used to fight all the time in this like den area. And I go, do you guys sit in the den a lot? And they go, no, we don't like the way it feels in the den. Like, so we never go in there. And I go, so the original people slept in separate bedrooms. Then the people next slept in separate bedrooms for no reason. And then you guys slept in separate bedrooms. And they go, yeah. So that original group, there was a lot of emotion stirred to it. So you could say that there was like an emotional pattern that got established in the house. And then people came in, and just like, if you've ever driven in the snow and there's tracks in front of you and you try to do something different, if you slide into those tracks, boom, that is where you're going. That can happen in houses. I've never seen it be so extreme as that one, but like patterns can happen in a house. They're just energetic patterns that keep getting denser and denser, and you just start This is where we go at dinner time. This is what we do. This is where we sleep. This is the side of the bed that we sleep on, you know, whatever it is. And so one of the ways to break up those patterns so that you're not so much on autopilot is to use something like camphor or chocolate root cleanser, hyssop, Palo Santo, even bay laurel. Any of those in the space, and it will break up the pattern. If the household has a pattern of just always being chaotic, if it's just between people, you use hyssop. If it's the environment, you use lemongrass. But yeah, it's more of a feng shui thing than anything.
This kind of answer, you might touched a little just because the lemongrass. What does the lemongrass incense do?
Helps to stabilize the environment. Like that's exactly, you know, just like it stabilizes our body and the environment, like things that are really super chaotic, it's very good for stabilizing. The other one that works for that is rose, but rose is a bit more expensive and, you know, sometimes you have to use a lot. So lemongrass is a good choice.
For sprays, what kind of alcohol?
I use vodka. You know, you could use grain alcohol, but vodka doesn't really have a smell. It works good. If you get it on the skin, it's not irritating like how rubbing alcohol would be. Plus, rubbing alcohol has a little bit of a scent. You know, anything else has a scent. So the only thing that I don't use vodka for is aftershaves. You know, traditionally you use essential oils and rum, and then, you know, slap it on the face.
Can you spray assemblage point on a pain spot?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, sure. I mean, breaking out of the pain cycles, you know what, you might find I mean, you can use that, but what might be a little bit more helpful is the nerve help. The nerve help kind of helps shift the nervous system out of that pattern. And for pain syndromes, I tend to go more the nerve help, but you could try. Yeah. I use assemblage point for physical healing somewhat. More psychological, but both would work.
And this was someone they wanted to ask actually during the ointment section, what oils and application would be best suited for detoxifying the lungs, specifically for people with long-term exposure to wildfire smoke?
Wildfire smoke. Probably your best bet is going to be Ami Visnaga. Ami Visnaga rubbed on the chest or inhaled a lot. I would actually apply it to the chest personally, but either way.
Great, thank you. That was, I think
That's
that's our
it?
questions.
Okay, good. So let's start talking about salt baths. So salt baths, it's a great way to put the body into more of a relaxation mode. Just because you're sitting there, you're soaking, then you add salt. Salt has a cleansing effect. So it helps to draw off some of the old, stale, stagnant energy. And then you add essential oils on top of it, and it starts kind of building on each other, right? And so the use of salt baths is calming, it's soothing, it helps the body go into rest and repair mode. It's a way to disperse essential oils over the entire body. And then it has a very big impact on the energy body. And whether you believe in energy or not, like when you get out of a salt bath, you feel different than you did before. I mean, I had a family member using them. They believe none of it, and it's helpful. And I go back to this time where I was doing work again in the corporate setting, and I was doing work for the human resource. Basically they were the ones with dealing with all the problems with the employees. It was a very big company. And so I met with the team and everything, and I go, okay, let me guess, headaches, back pain, high blood pressure. And one of them goes, you could clairvoyantly see that? And I go, no, you're in human resources. You're getting dumped on all the time. Like you're getting high blood pressure, headaches, low back pain. Like that's bottom line. If I was talking to somebody who was meeting deadlines, I would have said like sinus infections, sinus irritation, I would have said other things. But the human resource department, that's what it was. And so this one lady, people were having headaches and back pain. And this one lady said, like, her blood pressure is through the roof. And, my schedule is real tight. So I couldn't get to doing a session for her until about a month, like a month was going to go by. And so, I kind of gave her some things to do. And I was like, can you do this? And you could tell she's not into it. And I was like, okay, how about just take a lavender bath? Like every day, come home, take a lavender bath. And so, we parted our ways. I did some work, and, it wasn't my exclusive work. I was doing things for other, clients and things like that. So I come back around about a month and I go, okay, you ready for that session for your blood pressure? And she was like, nope. And I thought she was mad at me. And so I was like, look, I'm sorry I couldn't fit you in, and da 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 da. And she goes, no, you don't understand. I don't need it. I go, your blood pressure went down? And she goes, yeah. And I go, well, how did that happen? And she looked at me like I was a moron. She goes, you told me to take those salt baths. And I go, that's the only thing you've been doing? She goes, yeah. And I go, salt baths, and your blood pressure is what? And it was like almost normal. And I was like, huh, okay. I thought it was going to do good. I didn't know it was going to do that good. And so it just goes to show that yes, you're cleaning up stuff from you, but sometimes you're cleaning stuff up from other people, from situations, from groups of people, being outside, whatever it is. It's just good to kind of clean up the aura, which is your energetic mold or blueprint. It allows the energy centers to expel things out, and it opens up the meridians. Right? So different kinds of salt baths can be very good. Now, the thing to keep into account, oils that you might tolerate very well normally in a salt bath, if the water is really hot, might become a little bit irritating. So, example would be like tea tree. Like somebody asked about, is tea tree irritating to the skin? In a body tonic, probably not. In a salt bath, for most people, probably not. But if you made your bath really hot and put some tea tree in it, it might be a little bit irritating, because the more the pores open, the more likely you are to have irritation. So don't make the bath super, super hot. You can make it hot, just don't make it, crazy, crazy hot. And then, you're going to soak for about 15, 20 minutes. And here, 6 to 12 drops. If it's a soothing oil, you can go a little bit more. Like lavender, I used to do 15 to 20 drops, but if it's a little bit more of an oil that might be sensitizing, I wouldn't go over more than like, say, 12 drops. I also would decide, the size of the tub might play a role. Like if you have a really big tub, you can add a little bit more. If you have a really small tub, add a little less. Okay, now, if you're using oils like spikenard or something heavier where it might leave a ring around the tub, put a little bit of liquid soap, bubble bath, whatever, stir it around, and then add the essential oil. So that will diminish the potential for it leaving a ring around the bathtub. Okay, so relaxation. Here's a whole big giant list of different ones that you can use. And these are just suggestions, but these are pretty good choices. And so what I was thinking too is like a lot of times at the end of a class, somebody says, what salt bath should we take? And now we can just say relaxation blend or like a cleansing bath or something, and you can go and look at the list. Right. So relaxation. There's one here I want to talk about maybe a little bit more is absinthium. Absinthium, you know, it's very similar to wormwood. It's very relaxing, it's very soothing, but I would say it can be helpful in treating certain kinds of fatigue because it makes you rest and your body recuperate. And so it's not just like going to strengthen it like when you take time or something like that to fortify the body. It fortifies the body because it deepens your level of relaxation, which deepens your level of sleep, which deepens your level of recuperation, you know, and then it, over a period of time, is very strengthening to the body. Juniper baths can be very relaxing and very good for arthritic conditions. That used to be an old school remedy for like if you had arthritis, from time to time, you would just take a juniper bath and man, get out feeling super good. Spikenard valerian, very soothing to the body, very, very soothing. Lang Lang is also good for, you know, we talked about how relaxing it is for pain. It can be fortifying, it's good for the heart. Yeah. Energetic cleansing. You know, the cypresses are very cleansing. I would say they're also very cleansing to the mental body. So like, you know how you got a lot in your head going on? Cypress doesn't usually have a very strong scent, but can be very clearing to the head. Coffee is one of the best cleansing baths that you can do. A lot of orange prana makes you expel a bunch, and it stimulates the lymphatic function in the skin, which can be very helpful and cleansing to the body, to the organs, to everything. And yeah, let's see what else. Hyssop's good. Sage is a good bath. And then here's all the blends, you know, the different ones for the Sandalphon technique and cleaning the aura. Body tension. So body tension can be different things. So it's not always a straight shot into figuring out what's causing the body tension, but here are some good choices. Cedar can be actually a really good choice for this. Cedar helps increase the connection between the heart and the crown. Helps that energy mix. It's very soothing to the body. It's very fortifying. It's a venous tonic, so it moves blood from the lower limbs up back to the heart. And galbanum, especially if there's pain or a pain syndrome. Fortifying the nerves. Frankincense, galbanum, opopanax, spruce. Anything that's real resinous is always very fortifying to the nerves. Absinthium as well, but the nerve soothe is it's fortifying and soothing, and if there's some pain or a pain pattern, it helps you to break out of that pain pattern. So that can be fortifying in a slightly different way. Are there questions? Or?
It was just antispasmodic is spelled different in our in our products. So
yeah.
I'll just have Letty fix that.
Yeah, sorry. That was my mistake. So immune function. So this is just like strengthening the immune response as far as viruses, bacteria, things like this. So bay laurel, excellent choice. Eucalyptuses, especially radiata or polybroct, very solid choices. Thyme linalool, very soothing, very strengthening, fortifying to the thymus itself. So very good choice. And then there's a blend panacea, which is heavy on the camphor, and it's got a bunch of other things in it too, but camphor can be very fortifying. The thing that I like about camphor too is calming and soothing to the adrenals, and it increases circulation in the kidneys, which anytime you increase circulation to the kidneys, it's calming to the body. Like it's very calming to the body. Arthritic conditions, again, a bunch of choices. My personal favorite here is just good old-fashioned birch tar. Oh my God, it feels so good. Birch tar, it's a very simple thing, but it feels really good. It's got a little bit of like a kind of smoky, kind of like heavier note to it, but man, it feels good in the bath. It's really good in the bath. And there are a bunch of other choices here: rosemary bath, terebinth bath. All of these are good for arthritis. Joint relief, solid choice. So all of these can be helpful. Remember that arthritis, the area is depleted and needs blood, and it needs the old blood to move out. So it needs stagnant lymph to move, and you need to reduce spasms. And so a lot of these choices do most of that, or if not all of that. So it's very good with arthritic conditions. Yeah. If you wanted, especially for something where there's a pain syndrome, you could substitute just regular salt for Epsom salt. Epsom salt will also have a relaxing effect on the body, but I would still probably use about a pound. It's about a couple of cups worth. You know, that thing of salt that you get at the store, that's, what is it, like a pound and a half or a pound and 3/4? So you can use a whole one of those, but usually about a pound is a couple of cups of salt. Yeah. And then lymphatic function, again, here is some good choices. Helichrysum, solid bath, boy. Helichrysum, the thing that makes helichrysum interesting in the bath setting is that sometimes when we have a lot going on in the body, or the body's in a pain syndrome, part of what happens is even if we've just been in the sun a lot, our skin gets congested. And so the skin doesn't detoxify like it should. And so it makes the rest of our body a little bit toxic. And helichrysum, milfoil, and gordaldo all have a very strong cleansing effect in physical congestion in the skin. Like it helps the skin eliminate much better than anything else. And so using it for this lymphatic function here, you're opening up the skin, you're stimulating lymphatic function. By opening up the skin, you're increasing the potential for the organs of blood purification to detoxify. And then the thing with helichrysum as well is, even if it's a series of micro traumas, it's very soothing to traumas. Traumas could just be like an upsetting week, or not making a deadline, or somebody blew you off, or you reached out to somebody on Facebook and they didn't reach back out to you, or whatever it is. Helichrysum helps you let go of it, and helichrysum helps you to move past it. Like, sometimes with trauma, we get a little bit stuck in it. And helichrysum helps you to walk away from what it is. Yeah, I find it to be quite nice. Stress. I would say my go-to thing of letting go of stress would be the relaxation blend, but any of these will work. Marjoram, very good for stress. It takes tension out of the body. It reduces spasms. It activates the heart chakra. It gives you a sense of well-being. It loosens up the back. It loosens up the spine. You know, it loosens things up. It pulls you out of fight flight more into rest and repair. It's very stimulating to the vagus nerve. Like if you had a handful of oils that you just went, this is, you know, I have my top 5 of bath oils. Marjoram should be one of them. Like definitely should be one of them. Chakra root cleanser should be one of them. Marjoram, chakra root cleanser, regardless of what you're trying to treat. Yeah. Again, helichrysum, arnica for this. Arnica, both helichrysum and arnica are also very good for like if you injured something, like you dropped a drawer on your foot, you know, you're opening up your dresser and the drawer fell out. I would say if there's an open part, like it broke the skin, don't use arnica, use helichrysum. But if it didn't, you could use either one. Very good for bruising, very good for discoloration, very good for swelling. Helichrysum, you could actually even put on the open wound in a knead application. It will reduce the pain, it will reduce the inflammation, it will reduce the discoloration, and will help the wound to bind. So helichrysum is a very good choice for anything traumatic. Now, a lot of times when we're talking about trauma here, we're talking about the jerk at work, or somebody had a blow up, or you know, you had a near car accident, or you know, something like that happened. These again would still apply. But if you had a physical injury, if you drop the foot, you know, the drawer on your foot, for when you would want to take a hot bath, you would want to take a cooler bath. You know, you would want to ice it for the first 48 hours, but later you could treat it. You know where this could be really good is, say you fell and you kind of twisted, you know, trying to catch yourself, and you twisted and you kind of hurt your back and your shoulder and you jammed your wrist, and you know, you did all these things. Marjoram could be good, but helichrysum would be really good. A helichrysum bath would really put things right really quickly. Emotions. A lot of these are good. I would say my go-to one here is probably a tarragon bath. Talk about soothing. It's very, very soothing, especially when emotions have gotten agitated. Here's the thing with emotions being agitated. A lot of times it's coming from the body. It's not coming from your emotions in your mind. And you really don't realize how agitated the emotions are until you use something like tarragon and you go, ugh. And then you start yawning, you go, wow, I don't know why this is so relaxing. It's because the body has a level or degree of agitation. So here's the interesting like little correspondence. I used to do tarragon every day right after meditation. And so you'd have meditation and, you know, you'd feel all nice and peaceful. Then you put tarragon, I'd put it on the bottom of my feet. And I mean, it was like, literally, I would just start melting. And I was like, I've already meditated. I'm feeling peace. I'm feeling all these things. And I put tarragon on and it just takes me to another level. But here's the thing that where we talk about essence and form. Your emotional body, your mental body expanding, your physical body, not too happy to be meditating. You know, your physical body is like, I don't know about that. You know, yes, this is relaxing, but the body doesn't always like the meditation. And so there's a little bit of agitation that stirs up. This is why sometimes you'll be meditating and then you go, Yeah, I meditate, but I don't really meditate anymore. I haven't meditated for the last month or whatever. The body got too agitated. So the tarragon used on a regular basis allows you to maintain your meditation practice. Because if you look at somebody meditating, there's expansion of the heart, there's expansion of the crown, there's expansion of all these centers. But if you look, the adrenals are being overactivated. And it's because the expansion of those upper centers to the body is change, or it feels a little bit like the dying process. So the body is like not too happy about doing this, right? Eventually it gets used to it, but it takes a long time. By using the tarragon, it just keeps everything in a nice calm state. Yeah. And then inflammation, I would do this with a cooler bath, like, warmed, even a little bit cold. When I used to travel with cyclists, I used to get a bucket of ice and throw it in the bath, and then I used to use the pain relief psychogenic, and I would have them put about 15 drops in and soak in the bath. And they had said the level of inflammation in their legs was down so much. Most times they would say, they would show up and they'd be racing with an injury, and they'd say, at the end of the race, they'd be tired, but their injury was better. And they go, that never happens. Like, that never happens. It's always a little bit worse. And then they got to nurse it back a little bit more. And part of it was reducing inflammation, putting those oils in there. It makes the body recover. You're reducing inflammation. It feels super good on the body. Pain syndromes. This is really more just the agitation that comes from the pain, or trying to reduce the pain. And so you see there's a bunch of pain blends that are there, but galbanum is a very solid choice in this. Helichrysum is a solid choice. Lang Lang is a super solid choice. Again, you can use pain relief, anti-inflammatory, psychogenic, the regular pain relief. Yeah, looks like antispasmodic got cut off here. Respiratory issues is a great way to treat respiratory things. My personal go-to, all of these oils will work, but my go-to one for this is larch. My God, I love myself a larch bath. But any of these work. Frankincense, Neoli or eucalyptus, always a solid choice. Myrtle is nice because it's not overwhelming to the respiratory tract. Sometimes eucalyptus can be a little strong, and myrtle is very soothing, very opening, and gentle all at the same time. So yeah. Let's I know we're right in the middle of this. Let's take a little break. I need to do a bath.
Okay, sounds good. What time do you want to be back?
Let's come back at 10 after. So we'll come back at 10 after 4, and we'll still finish this up and do a little more. Hey everybody, let's come on back. We've been talking all day. We haven't really played with oils. I want to show you a little trick that I do when I'm in the bath. And we're not going to have everybody jump in a bathtub, but we're going to do this. Choose at least one respiratory oil, if not 2 respiratory oils, and then something that maybe is a little relaxing. I like to do this with respiratory oils. So
people with the kit.
Yeah, with the kit you have the tea tree, but you have the different, I think it's 8 different kinds of eucalyptus, like a little sampler kit. Pull out a couple of the different eucalyptuses. That's what I would do. Because they all have their own little personalities and their own qualities that they do. And so grab 2 of your oils, look at the list and grab something from the list. Like you want to do hyssop and pine, or fir balsam, or eucalyptus, larch, myrtle. Grab 2 oils and then come back here, and we're going to do a little practice.
So if they just went to one of the methods of application that says respiratory or something, you could find. what they're looking for.
Yeah, you could do that.
I don't
Sure.
know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Two different eucalyptus from the kit.
Yeah, you can do 2 different types of eucalyptus from the kit.
All right.
Okay, so this is what you're going to do. We're going to kind of duplicate you taking a salt bath without the water. So you're going to take one of the oils and you're going to put several drops like kind of on your chest, right? And then lay down. Like just lay down on your back, you prop your head up with a pillow, whatever it is. So the idea with putting it on chest, you know, it's like when you're sitting in the tub, you're getting the aroma coming from the tub. When you put an ointment on your chest, you're getting that idea. But this is my thing. Like having all the oils in a particular blend is good, but sometimes using the oils different, you know, at different inhalations will take it even deeper. So you're laying there, just take some long, slow, deep breaths with whatever's coming off of your chest. Whatever oil you used, you're taking some inhalations, just inhaling what's on your chest. Now, so what I do in the tub is after I've taken a few inhalations, I grab another oil that I do sustained inhalations with. So the reason why I want you to lay down is I want you to see how your body can go into a little bit of a rest and repair mode. It would be amplified because you're in salt water, but you can get the idea. So you're just laying back wherever you're at. And now whatever your second oil is, you're holding it up to your nose and you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're still taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then put the bottle down or your hand, but far away from. Now you're just inhaling what's on your chest. You're just letting your body relax. And you're taking some long, slow, deep breaths. You're just breathing naturally, normally, inhaling the oil that's on your chest. Now put the bottle back up to your nose and just take some long, slow, deep breaths. when I'm in the tub, like I'll put one oil in the tub and then I'll have another bottle in my hand. I usually hold it outside the tub because at some point I drop it, by the way. That way I don't drop the bottle in the tub. But it's a way of going like back and forth. But when you're letting go, you're really letting go, but still getting the aroma from the tub, and you can really even more deeply go into that rest and repair mode as you're sitting in the tub. You could also do it how we're doing it right now, where you're just laying back on your back and relaxing, but you've applied it and then you're inhaling. And then when you're being passive, you're still getting the scent. You're still taking some long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go and just let your breath regulate, and you're just inhaling the oil that's on your chest. You're just letting go. You keep trying to relax and go deeper and letting go. Relax your body. And begin inhaling the oil that's in your hand or in the bottle. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go. You're just letting yourself breathe normally, but you're inhaling the oil that's on your chest and you're consciously trying to relax your body, relax your legs, your arms, your back and your spine. Wherever you feel tension, just try relaxing that part of the body.
Can you get to relax? When you're there and there being passive, with every breath, just try to relax different parts of your body. If you need to touch up the oil on your chest to smell it again a little bit better, you can do that. Inhale the oil that's in your bottle or on your hand, hold it up to your nose, long, slow, deep breath.
And then hand down and just let yourself relax. You're taking in the scent that's on your chest. And again, you're just trying to relax your body, non-specifically. Wherever you feel tension, just let that tension go. Just breathe into it. Just relax that part of your body. Just keep relaxing. Whatever the tensest part of your body is, relax it. Just let the tension go. Hold the bottle up to your nose. Take some long, slow, deep breaths. And then put the hand down. Let the body relax. You're taking in the oil that's on your chest, and your job is just to let go. And the goal here is to use the bath to go deeper into a state of rest and repair. So at first, you're letting your body relax. But one of the issues is if you have an emotion or a thought that's bothering you, think of it. So let's practice this. Think of a thought or emotion, a situation where it's bothering you. Like, think of it. You're still thinking of it. Now, let it go. Let your body relax. Even if that comes up into your mind again, just keep relaxing. Feel the tension leave as you think of the thought or emotion. Or if it's floating away, keep going deeper into the body. Let the body relax. Bring the bottle up to the nose. You're not thinking about anything. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths. Well then, training you.
Good, I'd be asleep if.
You didn't have to do. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's talk about it. We're going to actually do a version of this again, but let's talk about it. So here's the goal. Like you're getting differentiation with two different oils, you know, and we've done this in class where you go, okay, right, left, right, left, you know, and you're going back and forth, right? But sometimes, like, I'll use this as an example of when I'm doing healing, right? So say somebody comes in, they go, oh, I have a respiratory problem, or I'm having difficulty at work, or, you know, whatever the health issue, whatever it is. You know, what I'll do is I'll do a little bit of healing on them, and then I'll go, okay, if it's your respiratory tract, your lungs, put your awareness on your lungs. As I'm doing the healing, your awareness is on your lungs. And so I'll go through and I'll do healing on it. And you're kind of helping when you're doing the healing, you're directing the energy to that spot, but also the person is directing it to the spot, right? And then I'll do healing for about 5 minutes, and then I'll go, okay, let it go. Just let it go. A lot of times what happens is it flushes out from the spine, right? And remember what I say about the spine? The spine is the area where you have the deepest release, like lower emotions, because a lot of the lower emotions not only generated in the body, they're from the low body. They're stuck in the tissues, right? So you're literally kind of flushing out any sort of a lower emotional thing that's contributing to this condition, right? So here you're doing, like, when you're focusing on something, it's still a little bit active, right? And then when we go, okay, now pause and be still, it's the passive thing. But here you're in a salt bath. So you're laying down, you're in water and salt. Here you're just laying down, but you have the oil that's on your chest, right? This is simulating the oil that's in the bath, right? So you do your active thing, you're inhaling it, you're inhaling it, you're inhaling it. You know, you're a lot of times in this place, you're like, okay, I'm treating the respiratory tract. I'm treating that issue with Uncle Bob. I'm treating that thing, you know, in my foot. I'm whatever it is. You're inhaling, inhaling. And then when you let go in that phase, you're letting go, not just of your tension awareness, you're letting go of energy from your spine, from different parts of your body. You're in a salt bath. So the salt bath is actually even pulling it out more. So at first you're going, okay, I'm letting go. And in that passive state, you're still getting the oil that's in the salt bath itself. So you're getting like 2 different oils, but the one in the passive state is helping to release whatever from the spine. Because even if you're treating something physically, there is a psychological component. But what we're calling psychological can be lower emotion. Like, say you're sick, that's going to agitate the muscles of the chest. It's going to agitate muscles in your back, in your abdomen. It's going to throw your body off. You're going to hold that in your body without you really being aware of it, but it's going to affect your emotions. It's going to affect your thoughts, right? Not just psychological things get held in the body, physical things like your body's feelings are more about physical things than they are about the things that happen to you emotionally or mentally. Like you climb a bunch of stairs for 20 minutes and you're exhausted. Emotionally, mentally, you might feel your body will be like, what was that? Like, what's going on? I'm traumatized by that. Like, I don't know, I won't ever do that again. Like, your body is having a very different experience than your emotions and mind, right? And so these things are held in your body. And when you're going through and dealing with this, part of what you're doing is you keep, every time you take the bottle away, you keep relaxing into the salt bath. You keep, okay, let the tension out of my back, let the tension out of my legs, let the tension go on my jaws and my shoulder. You know, kind of how we do the oil processes, but it's even more passive than that. You're letting go, you're letting go, you're letting go, you're letting go, right? Now, you keep letting go in the body, and then you can go to like a situation, emotion, or a thought process, you know, an incident, and you focus on it. You're already in the salt bath, so you focus on it. You're not even inhaling anything. You're just sitting in the salt bath. You're focusing, you're focusing, you're focusing, and then you let go. And then as you let go, you come back to the body. If you can relax into the thought, you relax into the thought. It's hard to do. That takes a lot of practice. If you can relax into the emotion, great, relax into it. But a lot of times you come back to the body, you feel it in the body, and you start going, okay, relax, just relax that body, relax that body. And what that does is it lets the emotion go. It lets the thought go. It doesn't feed that thought anymore. It's like it's literally kind of disconnecting that. And you're sitting in a salt bath that just sucks it out of your body. Like, it helps put you in that state, and it helps suck it out of your spine. So this idea of doing the two oil process you have the oil in the bath, and then you're inhaling and you're letting go. You're inhaling and you're letting go. You're inhaling and you keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. And then at some point you go, okay, let's target something in my mind or emotions in my environment. And then you focus on it, you hold your awareness to it. And then when you let it go, it just comes flushing out of the body, right? Does that make sense? So I want to do that again, and then we'll share experiences. But this is a way to do a salt bath, very soothing to the body, very cleansing to the body, a way to do healing on the body without having to do a lot of work. You're not having to do a lot of patterns. You sit in the bath, you relax, you go, you basically sleep it out of your system, right? And so it is a way to softly and gently let go of things, let go of patterns, let go of situations, let go of a conflict, whatever it is, something that's bothering you or agitating you. If you follow these mechanics in the bathtub, you can do it laying on your bed, but the bath takes it up a notch, right? It could be very deeply healing. And so if you're anything like me, the issue is that I have hundreds of times fallen asleep in the bath and woken up like an hour or 2 hours later. One time it was morning. I slept all night in a bathtub. It doesn't happen often, but you might want to, like, if you're prone to that, the way that I broke myself of it is I set an alarm. Okay, in an hour and 15 minutes, if I'm not out of the bath, Alexa tells me get out of the bath, with an alarm. So let's do that again. You can choose different oils, but you're going to use 2 different oils. Like here, we're using respiratory oils, but if you want to do respiratory and a relaxation one, or respiratory and emotional oil, you can mix it up a little bit. But if you're not sure, let's just do respiratory oils. And then whatever it is, put one on your chest and then another one in your hand. We're going to go through the mechanics. As we were doing this, we might need to make a recording of this so it can, we're going to make a recording of this so it can be like a little thing that you play that guides you through how to go deeper in your bath and do like a deep healing while you're just in your bathtub. Who doesn't love to do a little work while you're sleeping? Like, just a way to let things go. Okay, what?
I'm just like, all
Yeah,
right.
we might have lost Sam with that one, by the way. Like, you want to lay down and do it, or
No, because I'll fall asleep.
you'll fall asleep? Okay, so you have the oil on your chest, the oil in the bottle or on your hand. Put it in front of your nose. Take long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Now let go. Pull that hand away from the body. And now you're smelling the oil that's on your chest and you're just breathing normally. You're letting your body relax. You're relaxing your arms, your shoulders, your legs, your back, your low back, your hips. Relax your hips, relax your jaws. Long, slow, deep breaths into any area where you feel tension. Otherwise, Just relax. Relax your butt cheeks, your hips, the backs of your legs. Your awareness is on your feet. Just keep relaxing your feet. Feel the tension leave your feet. And just relaxing your body. Just let go. Let the body go into deeper states of relaxation. Just keep relaxing. If you feel it in your spine, relax that part of your spine. And again, bottle up to your nose. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your bottles to your nose. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let it go. Move the bottle away from your nose. Let your body relax. Go deeper and deeper into relaxed state. Feel the tension leave your body, your shoulders, your shoulder blades, your jaws, your chest, your neck. Relax your low back, the back of your legs, your ankles, your feet. Relax your feet. Now think of an emotion, a thought, a situation, a person, and just focus on them. You're not inhaling anything. You're letting the oil on your chest do the work, but just focus on the situation and that person, that event, that thought process that goes through your head. Whatever it is, just focus. Now let go. Just completely let it go. If you can relax into the thought, the situation, into that person, that emotion, go ahead. If that's too hard or too abstract, just go to the body. Start relaxing the body. Wherever you feel tension, just breathe it out and let that tension relax or release. Keep relaxing. Wherever you feel the tension, wherever you feel anything, you let go of the situation, the thought, the emotion, and you're just deepening your relaxation. Wherever you feel it. Gently inhale the oil that's in the bottle. Take some long, slow, deep breaths. As a stranger. What were you thinking of? Hmm. Hmm. So even if this is like a physical issue, there's still a lower emotion component to it, an emotional component, a thought process. A lot of that is all reaction to the body issue, but you're helping to flush that out. And then just let go again. Just let go. Notice how you feel. So think of it like this. Your aura is your energetic mold or blueprint that whatever is in the aura is going to eventually physicalize. So you're basically you're clearing things out of the energy body so that it comes to the surface and out of the body. Not physicalizing in, you're actually reversing the process. You're helping something to get out. And so anytime that you want to clean the aura a little bit deeper, you could be laying in the bath. Experiment with this if you want. You're not going to hold the bottle to your nose or anything. You're just going to be still. Put your awareness to the bottom of your tailbone. You're not taking any long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is just simply on the bottom of the tailbone. Just keeping your awareness there for a moment. And then move your awareness over to the spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. Left side of your body below your ribs. Your low back area opposite your navel. And the top of your head. Your awareness is on the top of your head. And then just let go. Okay, notice how you feel, move yourself around. Let's maybe share experiences or ask questions. You can do it about this process or about just salt baths in general. Unmute yourself or type in.
You might have knocked him out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We'll do a recording so that we can do like a little bit of a guided thing so you can do a healing process while you're in a salt bath, like being able to go deeper and we'll just put it, I don't know, we'll figure out, we'll do a digital download or just somewhere they can listen to it, or
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
we'll figure something out for you guys.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Get that right. I did two different things that we were doing, like the respiratory issues. I did that. And my understanding is that we were to choose two different oils in that thing. And by doing them separately, breathing one and then the one on the chest, it didn't matter which two it was, huh? We were still working with those two different nerves.
No, you're just working two different oils. Yeah.
But weren't we working with the sympathetic and parasympathetic?
Anytime you do activity and then relax, you're kind of doing it, but the oils weren't necessarily doing it, just the actions were doing it.
Oh, so it didn't matter that which oils.
No.
We were, just because we were doing two different ones, it was working back and forth between those systems?
No, you're just getting like you're in an active state and a passive state. And in the passive state, you're releasing more. So whatever was on the chest or in the like the salt bath potentially, just allows for you to go deeper into that relaxation, rest and repair mode. No,
Okay.
yeah, just kind of leave it like that. Like the details might make it a little too complicated, but just work the two different oils. Yeah. You're actively thinking of something and then you're relaxing. Even if you're just inhaling and then relaxing. You're shifting things in your body, but yeah.
Well, I did the
How do
stress.
you how do you
Huh?
feel?
How do I
how do you
feel? Relaxed, and my body, I did release.
Good.
Yeah.
That was the goal right there, just to have that release.
And you also told us to think of a situation during those processes, right?
Mhm.
So, and I released when I did that.
Tremendous.
Okay. So in this, I did the stress one and I chose marjoram and chakra root cleanser. And just went back and forth with those.
Perfect. Those are good choices.
All right. That thing we just did, the centers, the basic, the spleen, the Ming Ming, and the crown. That's something should we do that in the bath?
Yeah, like the goal would be to do that in the bath, but a lot of times you're too relaxed to do it. But when I make the recording, that will be part of the recording.
All right. Oh, another thing, I used to do a lot of salt baths. And at the time I was doing those, we were told to only be in the bath 20 minutes.
That's
So
usually the
something
goal.
didn't come back in.
Yeah,
But
that's
when you
usually the
let,
goal. But if you sleep a little longer or like rest a little longer, it's okay.
so you staying in it an hour or so.
That's not ideal. Like 15, 20 minutes is perfect.
Oh, so it's not something we should.
No.
My impression in the past was that if you went longer than that, a lot longer than that, you were kind of defeating the purpose.
Kind of.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have a bathtub. Would foot baths be the next best option?
Yeah, foot baths, or even just lay on your bed and do this. Like you don't have to necessarily be in water to do this. Foot baths, we're going to cover foot baths tomorrow. And so there's a little different variation to do with a foot bath, but you could do a foot bath or you just lay on your bed or your couch or your floor or whatever. And do it that way. Yeah.
What are Greg's suggested top oils, 5 oils for baths?
Depends on what you're trying to do. So, yeah. Like here, like there's a list, like all these are 8 choices. And so depending on what the target is, I would shoot for that. Yeah.
What was the other category to choose from besides respiratory for that second process?
You could have chosen, I just had suggested maybe relaxation or something emotional. A lot of times, like if I would have done a bath for respiratory, I would have had a respiratory oil. I would have actually done 2 different respiratory oils. Because some of them do some slightly different things. And so I would just work the respiratory thing in a different way. But part of what's happening is by going through and doing this process, if there is some lower emotions in the body that are aggravating it, or it's affecting your mind, through instinctive responses, you're flushing some of that out as well. And if it's tied to an old traumatic event or something, it comes out very gently, very like in a soothing way. And I would say you're usually not even aware. You know, it's literally like what happens in dream time, but you're kind of manually making yourself go through what happens in dream time in the tub. Yeah. Okay, no more questions. Okay, so we talked about respiratory issues. Let's go back down and talk about fatigue. And again, these are some very good choices. Most of these are strengthening. I would say the absinthium and wormwood are strengthening, but because they make you relax more. Everything else is a bit more fortifying or strengthening to the body. The fir, the spruce, the sitka, all good for fortifying the nerves and a depleted nervous system. Ravensara will elevate your energy levels just because it's a good terrain treatment. Same with the thyme linalool. Black pepper will be a little bit more invigorating, increase the circulation of the body, a little bit grounding. Also will be antispasmodic on the body. The regular use of black pepper is very strengthening to the basic chakra. So it gives the body like some strength. Thyme does as well. Black pepper would be a little bit stronger for that. Yeah. Now, cleansing the soft tissue. Cleansing the soft tissue is basically like stagnant lymph, trigger point activity, areas where things have gotten really blocked up and stagnant, deposits in the joints, deposits in the tissues, like impacted lymph nodes, things of this nature. A cleansing soft tissue bath. Terebinth seems very generic sometimes when we talk about it. Oh man, it will relax soft tissue and clean up soft tissue in that bath. If you have like pain syndromes, arthritic conditions, Terebinth is a good, easy salt bath to do. And I mean, it releases things very deeply out of the tissues. And so it is a great way to do like an arthritic bath or a bath for just cleaning up the joints, or if you're feeling achy all over, it could be a very solid choice. Lovage would do the same thing, but do keep in mind lovage is a bit more of a diuretic. And so my personal experience with lovage salt baths, which I take often, I love them, but I usually end up going pee through the night often. Like I get up every couple hours and gotta pee, where, you know, that doesn't really happen as much. And so, and it's like a lot comes out, you know, because it's a diuretic. It's making your body eliminate excess fluids. So it feels good on the body, makes you feel good. It can feel good even on the digestive tract, but you will be getting up in the night to do it. Where Terebinth, I haven't had that issue. Arthrocare, I kind of still have that issue just because it does have a lot of lovage in it. Now, protection, like this is when you're in the middle of situations where, you know, people might be adversarial with you, aggressive. You're about to see your in-laws and they're all about the manipulation or they're judgmental. These oils, especially in a bath, are very good for that. The mugwort and the artemisia in the chakra root cleanser, they open up the channels and make energy flow, so it's hard for things to stick, right? The hyssop in the chakra root cleanser also makes it harder for you to absorb the negativity from other people. The protective or protection blend just kind of firms up the different kinds of energies that get projected and just strengthen your energy field when it comes to that. plus helps to flush them out. Palo Santo, just very cleansing, like it just helps flush anything out that's coming in. The one that's a little bit of a sleeper here is the Bay Laurel. And again, the more that you keep the crown activated in these situations, the harder it is for things to stick. And so you're keeping your immunity up. I can think of times where I've had a large group of people maybe upset at me, and shortly after that, I got sick. I know of a few people that's in my periphery that the person wasn't even upset at the person I'm talking about. Like they had a friend, but they were going through difficult situation and they were leaning on this person really hard. And every time that happened, that person got sick. So it's not always about being adversarial. Sometimes it is somebody's leaning on you and let's say that like when somebody wants you to take their side or be in their corner, sometimes they go about it unconsciously by knocking you down a little bit so that you take their side. You know, they don't want the disagreement. They don't want the, well, I don't know if that's a great choice. They don't want any of that. They just want you to take their side. And so the way that their body handles that is sending out little daggers, so to speak. So anyway, we don't have to get into that too much. Again, here's some good diuretics when you're just trying to flush fluid and lymph of the body. The celery, juniper, lovage, parsley. I like lovage for this because lovage increases the function of the kidneys, where the juniper just makes you eliminate. It doesn't really enhance kidney function. So orange healer and lovage would be my choices. Parsley too. Now skin balancing, you know, anytime you have issues where there might be like psoriasis is a good example. Spikenard is very balancing to the skin. So if you are excessively dry, excessively oily, spikenard can help those areas. If you're prone to rashes in areas, you know, they kind of come and go. Again, the spikenard is very balancing, very fortifying to the skin. But if you're needing to do a skin cleansing regimen, salt baths with coffee, with helichrysum, with parsley, those are super solid choices. Celery is too. Sudorific also helps the skin to perspire, so it breaks up congestion and things like that. And again, orange healer. So yeah, let's go ahead and questions, or I think maybe you've recovered from our little process, and that process is very, I don't know, it's very good.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Just one question, I guess. A lot of these things, it seems, can be used for more than one thing. Can they be
Yes.
interchanged, and you get in the bath and do you have to consciously think, well, I want this to do that? Just
Nope.
mix them up and get in there and let go.
No, like there's a lot that is, like you said, overlapping. It's going to do kind of all of that. And so, you know, if you're picking chocolate root cleanser or orange healer, it's going to do a lot of different things. So just your job is just to get in the bath and soak.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Well, the coffee clear cords as well?
Cords, Probably not. Yeah. Yeah, probably not. But here's what you could do. Very cleansing to the energy body, very cleansing to the aura. You know how we just did what we just did. A very potent way to deal with cords, especially cutting cords, do a coffee bath and then do the inhalation with rue and then soak in the coffee. And then inhalation with rue and then soak in the coffee. Inhalation with rue. Oh, you would cut cords and clean out whatever's coming out very, very quickly.
Okay.
Actually, that's a great thought. I might have to do that bath tonight now that I say that out loud. I hadn't thought about it, but I was like, that sounds like a juicy salt bath right there.
Well,
You could also do it with, instead of coffee, you could use Palo Santo, but coffee is a lot more stimulating to the lymphatic movement in the body. And so you're getting the energetic component of the expelling, and then you're stimulating a lymphatic movement, which will keep the process going. And so going between the rue and the salt bath of coffee, oh man, that sounds very potent.
put a little ginger in with the coffee.
What's that?
Put a little ginger in the coffee because it opens up your pores to flush better.
Yeah. I think that could be okay. Yeah, I've never done that, so I would only guess. Yeah, it seems okay.
It used to be like I couldn't perspire after I got the meningitis. Then an Ayurvedic MD, he said, take ginger baths and it opens up your pores, and I'd flush and I'd sweat. I got my
So also helichrysum would do that. Milfoil, Gordaldo, all of those are about opening up the skin congestion, breaking down the skin congestion.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, another one is, since we're sitting here talking about coffee bath and then inhaling health rays. Yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna have to take 2 baths tonight.
You're gonna be pruned tomorrow.
Yeah, no joke. Yeah.
Would it be more effective to mix like rue and coffee together in one bath?
No, actually, I would do like what we were talking about, do the coffee bath and then inhale the rue. That's actually much more potent, you know, because that's the idea of using the oil like on the chest, which is the water, you know, the oil in the water, and then inhaling is when you mix them, they don't always do what they do independently. And so a lot of times what you're doing is like more of a layered approach where you're doing a little bit of one thing, but here you're soaking in the bath. But if you mix them, they're not necessarily going to address the same thing. So inhale the rue, soak in the coffee.
Go ahead, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Greg. So yeah, I was going to ask you a question about that. Lately, for the past several years, I've just been unfortunately, I've just been throwing like 6 things in the tub. Like this is going to do this is going to do that, mental purity, rue, blah, blah, blah. So that wasn't really accomplishing the best of, as opposed to just doing one and just focusing on one and then doing another one another day. Okay. Dang it.
Yeah,
right.
but like the way to do multiple things is like have the bath and then do the thing where you could have the 4 or 5 other things while you're soaking in the one bath and then inhale the different things, and it would work on different aspects while sucking that energy out of your body.
There it is. That sounds perfect. Thanks.
Yeah,
Greg.
perfect.
Somebody asked which classes include rue, but I'm sure we can get Letty to.
Yeah, Rue's been in a bunch of classes.
And yeah, we're gonna do the foot bath stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do foot bath tomorrow. We'll do internal, and I might add gargles I'll sit down and write that out real quick for Letty, and maybe we'll add that to a booklet. So you might get a new booklet in the morning that's this plus gargles. It won't be very complicated, but there's different reasons why to use different gargles. And I just ran out of time when I was putting this together. Yeah, so, okay. All right, so there's no more questions. We could do a little more practice, or we could just call it a day. What do you think?
Say do a little more practice.
Let's do a little more practice. Okay, let's do this. Go back to the bath part and find something out of either the relaxation part, the body tension part, or emotions. And I'm gonna go. Let's go ahead and answer.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Okay. Did you say any extra that you were going to about foot baths while I was in trance?
No, we're going to talk about foot baths tomorrow.
Okay, I feel better.
Yeah.
I was so happy. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
that whole salt bath thing, like it can, like, if you harness like doing combinations, like I think Erin was asking about, like being able to rotate different oils like while in the salt bath, you can cover a lot of ground and do some deep self-healing for conditions utilizing a salt bath. And so, so I'm kind of lingering on this thing about, like, okay, like inhale and then thing on the chest and relaxing the body. You can